Yo. It's Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
You can find me in St. Louis throwing up the what up, man? You know what time it is. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. I am here with Righteous Reg. What's going on?
This your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster, Righteous Reg, media man. My question is, Philip Lindsey, where's your little half, that little fan of the opera half mask that you used to wear when you were a St. Lunatic?
That's a slowdown. That's a slowdown trademark. I can't be doing that. Can't be just stealing his stilo, man. Can't do that.
Of course, we are making St. Louis jokes because we are St. Lunatics, and my homeboy is on location looking at the arches of St. Louis. How has it been out there?
Very, very cold yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not so much cold. Very, very cloudy, very rainy. Mm-hmm. But we got sun today. I actually had to close the curtains behind me because I was getting a big hot glare from the sun. But other than that, it's been pretty cool. I got in yesterday at about 1, stood in line for like an hour for barbecue, but it was worth it. I went to this place called Sugar Fire. Excellent barbecue. We don't have to continue to do this foodie thing between St. Louis and Chicago. Last time I came, people were like, "Try the pizza here," and I was like, "Nah, dog, I'm not trying to hit that." After I tried the pizza, I was like, "Listen, I know everybody wants to say their pizza is better than ours, but it's all right. Y'all try it. It's cool." But the barbecue was fire.
Shout out to St. Louis. I'm jealous that you got to have some delicious barbecue. That's my favorite thing to try when we travel around for these wrestling events is barbecue, because people try to get me to try Mexican food and it offends me. I'm like, I'm from California. Do not recommend me Mexican food. So I understand you and the pizza thing, because it's like I'm satisfied. I don't want nothing. I don't think yours is going to be better than mine's. We're good here. That's what it is. But I know the St. Louis people go super hard for their pizza, just as hard as they go for their barbecue. So I'm sure it was a little bit of a thing.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know what it's like to live in a city with bad Mexican food, because
right. Chicago
has a very high Mexican population, especially on the west side. So I don't know what that's like. I just seen the homie Kev on stage.
Yep.
Chicago representative. He was just talking about the difference between Mexican food in Chicago and LA. And man, I don't know what that's like to be living in one of these places. Y'all can't get a good taco.
Going to a place where they don't have good Mexican food at all, I'm like, oh, how do you live your life? Like, Mexican food is just regular food over here. So shout out to all the Mexican homies. Shout out to everybody out there today for joining us. Before we get into some wrestling talk, Philip Lindsey, on Thursday, your boy Righteous Reg got to go to a little concert out in San Francisco in the city, talking about Chicago and Midwest people. Chance the Rapper, I got to see do a show, and it was fucking tremendous, man. Like, I've seen a bunch of rappers in the last, 2 years, and they come out, they have their little song, they rap, they do their thing for about an hour, and they're out of here. Chance rap for like an hour and 45 minutes, and it was like a fucking show. And the craziest thing was San Francisco knew every word of the new album. Chance was like, my album just came out, you guys. Like, what the hell's going on? people were like screaming every lyric at him, and he's such a like a lot of moments I felt I was like, this guy loves him some Michael Jackson. Like he was doing like Michael Jackson moves, and like I'm like, I just know what he grew up on. Like you could see it and feel it in the performance. Fucking, I hate this guy, worst of all time, but like Kanye influence, like all over this set, all over what he does, all over how he moves. And he just like, it was such a phenomenal performance. It wasn't a lot of old school stuff. So I was like, oh man, no, he only did one song from Acid Rap and he did a couple of songs from Surf, but it was mostly a focus on the new album.
Surf, man.
Yes, the Surf tracks. Oh my God, Phil. Absolutely insane. But yeah, tremendous performance. No backing vocals, just him and the beat and just going crazy. Didn't miss one lyric. Amazing show. The homie La Russell, Bay Area's own, opened, and that was also a very awesome show. He got into the crowd like Taylor Bennett was out there. It was a family affair. Everybody was independent. Really great show, man. Shout out to Chance the Rapper. Yep.
The forgive me, but you look familiar. Fire. Love that record. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of clips from him doing that. He was just here in Chicago. I didn't go. He's in Denver. I think our guy went. I think our friend went, which is hilarious. The one Chicagoan out of us did not see him. But yeah, I've seen a few clips of him doing the line from the new album, and every time the entire crowd goes up for it, where he does got a new chain that says "fuck ice" every time. Big "fuck ice" on the screen behind him. Yeah, man, shout out to Chance, man. I think if this wasn't such a crazy year for hip hop, Clips album came out and like hit super hard. I think if those things didn't happen, a lot of people would be saying Chance had album of the year.
Yeah, I totally feel the same way. I feel like it didn't get lost because like you and I and a bunch of people are like, this is a great album. We love it. We've been playing it. But like Clips came and like destroyed the earth, dropped the big bomb. Mobb Deep just came and rocked the world too. And people are just like, we were loving what's happening and it's great. But there's a couple of albums that are getting a little bit lost in the shuffle. It's going to be a broken, repeated record here. I still play the Saba album like more than anybody else's album, more than anybody should play an album. So these things are what they should be. I still haven't even got to get into the full Mick Jenkins yet. It's such a condensed, great time for hip hop that I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, we got the news. The Stove God album is happening. The cover for it looks fire. The goat stamp and yeah, excited for that. Yeah, the other unfortunate news that we got to get into. Rest in peace to a legend, R&B soul innovator, D'Angelo. This morning I got up and I put on my bandana, like very trademark way he wears his bandana tied to the side like this. But man, when you think of like soul music, like the 90s, his voice is so like synonymous with that time period. Like so many movie soundtracks with his music on it, his voice on it. I mean, of course, like the iconic video for Untitled, and like how that changed the world, how that changed his career. This is gonna sound like an over exaggeration, but like this guy was like the complete embodiment of like Black masculinity in pop culture. Like just what he represented, like just his boundless potential with like the amount of instruments he could play, just like incredibly creative mind. Like he had this like mystique to him, but then he also had to deal with, because of things like the Untitled video, like the over sexualization of Black men. And like when you like really get into like a lot of things that he went through and what he stood for as a Black man, it's kind of wild. But man, like what an artist. Definitely student of Prince. You can see that in a lot of his music. Only put out 3 albums, but those 3 albums touch so many people, man. You want to make music that people loved, and his music was beloved. He was talked about in a way that a lot of artists are not talked about. If you came in a certain time period, I can understand also not being a D'Angelo fan. As crazy as this is going to sound, but I have to give this the backstory.
Mm-hmm.
If you were old enough to date in like 1999, your girl wanted to fuck D'Angelo. Like, it just is what it is. Like, and so it was hard to get past this hyperbole of what the way people talked about his music. And if your girl was talking about it, it's like, all right, man, like, I'm sick of this dude. Like, this dude, the music's not that great. I ain't trying to hear that. So I think for a lot of us, we had to get past and mature and be like, nah, this dude is actually making phenomenal music. It's just also, yeah, your girl is going to talk about him in that way, because look at this guy, that video that came out. It's like, yeah.
And your mom and your sister and your aunt and your grandma, like everybody's talking about D'Angelo. It was
everybody in your life, every woman in your life
talking about this guy. And it's like, all right, you guys, I've had enough. But no, rest in peace to D'Angelo. Phil, we have it in our generation, in our time, a lot of like iconic, nobody before them was like them and nobody after them is like them. The mystique you talked about, I hear so many stories. I listen to a lot of Questlove on his podcast, and he was all there for all the recordings and everything that D'Angelo did. D'Angelo was moving like a rapper because all the producers wanted to give him beats. They were like, this guy's so phenomenal that forget Jay-Z, I'm going to give D'Angelo this next beat. And he was rapping, he was singing and doing R&B over some of the hardest beats you ever heard in your life and turning it into something else. The Untitled video's been remixed, flipped, parodied, all the things you could say so many times. Benzino, please leave us alone. I just like to say off top, I don't know why you're subjecting us to this. It's not the time. We don't want to see it. But over the years, we've seen it 1,000 times. It's been parodied in music videos. It's been parodied in movies, on TV. Like, this guy was such an iconic person in that time that it's crazy. He didn't even want any of that, as we saw. And, you know, the rest of his life, he was kind of mysterious, stayed under the radar, but put out some of the best music of all time, some of the greatest R&B soul albums that exist. People study his craft and what he did and how he did it, and have applied it to what they do, and they say that he's one of the best to ever do it. Phil, as a man of our age, a certain age, as they say, black men, and at this time, and we keep seeing this same thing, a black men around the same age, 50, 48, 47, these black men that we grew up idolizing and listening to and loving are dying, dude. And it's a shock and a surprise, and it's crazy, and it's awful. It's an awful time to kind of think and live in this place where people that as a teenager we listen to and the soundtrack of our lives are going, and D'Angelo represented something so crazy for a long time, and he existed in a space that people couldn't even stand next to him in. Dude did a versus and nobody could versus him. Like, he had to be by himself. Like, that's how iconic he was. And I just can't believe that he's gone, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, nobody wanted that D'Angelo smoke at the time, and I understand why.
Yes.
I totally understand why. Because again, it's so easy to make it seem like this guy was overhyped. And again, if you listen to the way women talk about him, it's like, all right. But nah, he was everything that he seemed like. When you like actually get into his life and like his struggles with his weight and why, you know, he didn't want to be seen as a certain way. It's so understandable. And I think the more and more you learn about him, it was like this guy that was extremely talented, had a very distinct voice and all these other things, but he was just like an around the way guy. But when you like dig into him, like just an around the way guy. And I think when you like listen to his music and you listen to his lyrics, it's like, oh, he kicks it like just one of us. He's not like one of these just R&B singers, soul guys
No.
that's trying to like, get, right over people's head. He's kicking it like just an everyman. And I think that that's part of what made him special. Like I said, just 3 albums and the way people talk about those albums. The first album, of course, that had Brown Sugar and everything on it. Then Voodoo, incredible album. I cannot think of Voodoo without like thinking of Best Man and the needle drop in Best Man, which probably the most perfect song to use in that scene. Right. But I mean, for me, Black Messiah is my favorite D'Angelo album. I listen to that constantly. I've listened to it a lot this week. Just such a great album. A lot of the performances he was doing during that time period on late night shows, he was just killing it. I did not get to see him in concert, unfortunately, but all of the stuff I've seen from him in concert is just amazing. And that plays into what, the stuff with him feeling overly sexualized. It's just like, this guy is an incredible talent, and he's coming out there and playing piano and guitar and hitting these incredible falsettos and all these things. And people are out there like, take your shirt off. And it's like, yeah, nah, man, I want people to recognize me for my talent and my music and not, what I look like. And that kind of plays into what I was just saying about how certain women talked about him. And it was just like, all right. And then sometimes it was hard to get past that and actually listen to his music and go, nah, this guy is amazing. I mean, when you just listen to Untitled, it's such an amazing song, vocals and everything, incredible production value. And he just happens to be in this video that turned into this like cultural reset for people.
It changed the fucking world, honestly, man. Yeah, Black Messiah is probably the album I've heard people praise the most across like people that don't listen to. They're like, I don't really listen to R&B or soul, but like Black Messiah changed my life. And like people that I wouldn't expect to listen to D'Angelo are like, have you heard the Black Messiah? And I'm like, have you? It's like, I can't, like that thing, like it like shifted cultures. It's shifted. It like he changed the perception of what people thought he was. He's like, no, I'm an amazing artist. I don't even have to do that. Like I can be over here under the radar and make one of the greatest albums you guys ever heard. That's going to live on forever beyond anything else. Like you said, you got the bandana on. This guy was wearing a do-rag at all the award shows. Like just what he represented it just can't be replicated. He was 100% him all the time. Like just, there'll never be another like D'Angelo.
Absolutely not, man. Incredible talent, gone way too soon. But yeah, man, when you think of like I said, to me, Black Messiah is my favorite album he's ever put out. But like you can see the Prince influences in there. And I was watching this clip of Raphael Sadiq talk about it and talking about working with him. And he was talking about how he and D'Angelo were students of Dylan. I'm like, man, when you think about their sound, Dylan's one of those guys that just don't think he gets enough of his flowers. He gets tons of flowers, but I still think he should get more.
A lot of flowers, but it's not enough. Like bring out a drove of flowers. Every time I hear Q-Tip talk about him, and Q-Tip was like, he was inspired by me, but he was better than me. And I'm just like that. To get praise like that, how could you anything else? And you hear so many stories like Raphael Sadiq of everybody being like, we heard this guy and we couldn't believe it, and we had to try to do what he did, and none of them could, but like it was all great replication of what they did. Like just an unbelievable thing. Raphael Sadiq, we just lost Dwayne Wiggins very close to this too. It's just like what a crazy time, man.
Yeah. Unfortunately, one of D'Angelo's kids that he had was Angie Stone, to lose both of their parents in the same year. It's really, really sad. But yeah, man, condolences to his friends and loved ones, his family. Rest in peace, man. I just, like I said, gone way, way too soon.
Definitely. Rest in peace to D'Angelo. Have to also send condolences. This is a wrestling podcast, so you've definitely heard this guy's music, at least one song in your life. Sam Rivers, the bassist of Limp Bizkit, passed away, you guys, like yesterday, and it was unexpected. No one, a big shock through the community. New metal for sure. Like I said, if you haven't heard My Way by Limp Bizkit, I don't even know how you exist in this space. Every 6 months, somebody puts some feud, that song over some feud, replicating The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin. So like what they represent for wrestling is crazy. But for me, dude, like there was a time when I started backyard wrestling, like the soundtrack to my backyard wrestling was Significant Other by Limp Bizkit. There's clips right now. Like if I go back and watch my old backyard wrestling clips, in the background is Limp Bizkit, is those bass lines, is that music. Like my childhood, this guy was the soundtrack for it. I can remember specific moments and times and dates where this guy's music was playing in the background, and people thought I was weird for a long time because they're listening to Limp Bizkit. What is this wrestling shit? All this stuff connected, but like it just like fueled what I was, and it was like everything that I was at the time. Like he was a part of this, and to lose another person that I grew up listening to in the same week is just like, could you guys stop? Could you chill for a minute? Like these are legendary, iconic figures, and what Limp Bizkit did for this community and rock, and they were told to get the fuck out of here, but they still defied all that. And he was the baselines for all of that. I can't believe it. So rest in peace to Sam Rivers. Love to him and his family and the Limp Bizkit community, because that sucks.
Yeah, of course. Rest in peace to Sam. Also, rest in peace, Ace, lead guitarist for Kiss, passed away this week as well. Yeah, I wasn't this big Kiss fan, but like there's a time period where you could not go anywhere without like seeing like the image of like Kiss and like their music. And so, man, he meant a lot to a lot of people. Rest in peace to him as well.
Condolences. I hate it here. I don't want to get on this show and send condolences. I want to get on and continue to give flowers to people that deserve them, man. It's just an unfortunate time.
Yeah. Send us your super chats. That is the best way to get your chats read on this podcast. We appreciate it. Also send us your Humper Chats, humperchats.com/Fightful, where we get a little bit more of the cut. I think I have our Humper Chats up on our phone, on my phone. So let me make sure that I do get to super chats.
Definitely. We always appreciate you guys sending super and Humper Chats. You guys are the greatest, the best supporters in the world. We'll get into a few of them super and Humper Chats, and we'll move forward. The homie starting it off, Van Twinblade. St. Louis own says, excellent show last night. Got to meet Phil and ran into Bill Birmingham after the show. Now you see why we say F the athletic commission in this state. Darby and Mox could have done so much more. I didn't even think about the athletic commission being a factor into this, Van Twinblade. Very good point to bring up. The homie Phil.
We'll get into that.
The homie Phil Lindsey told me that he ran into you at the show. So that's very exciting to see someone that supported us so long interact with the homie Phil.
Yeah. I did see Will Washington as well. He was sitting behind me at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had a funny conversation with him at one point, and I was just like, yeah, sounds about right.
I love it, and I can't wait to hear about it. We got to get through this show just so I can hear about it. Appreciate that, Van Twinblade. The other Mikey V says, people really forgot what ops meant.
That's what I was saying. When it happened, I was like, these guys are the ops, man. Like, what y'all expect them to do? I don't.
It's in the name. They've been trying to tell you guys for a long time. The big homie, what I was saying on the watch along, I'm like, the big homie's been waiting for this. Like, he's been waiting for some smoke. He's happy. You can see him in there. He's smiling. He beating people up. Like, this is the greatest thing that he's ever experienced.
He couldn't wait. Also, Hobbs talking about porn on the timeline while the pay-per-view was going, and then having to turn later in the night is hilarious.
I'm going to bring up Van Twinblade's super chat. We'll talk about it. Reg, come get your mans. What the F Hobbs? That could be either what Phil Lindsey just said or what he did later in the night. He was very active on the timeline yesterday. I don't know why. He's sending out gifts. He's sending out chats, all kind of. I'm like,
great
bro,
scene.
there's a show going on. What's happening here?
Great scene is hilarious, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He was having a great time out there. He's been waiting for this smoke. He wants to. That's how he talks. This is him. This is not a bit, not nothing. Like, this is actually tame for some of the stuff I've heard before. I'm like, I don't think you can say that to, like, all the time.
Yeah,
Shout out to my homie.
There's a Hobbs quote that we that's like inside joke that we say all the time that we definitely could not say on this podcast.
And it's funny because, like, people have been talking this week about challengers post Samoa Joe for Hangman Adam Page, and a lot of them have said the big homie, and I'm like, he feels the same way.
I did want to bring it up when I was sitting in the scrum and Kyle Fletcher was like, I don't know who's interested. And I was like, I know who's interested. He's been saying he's interested since July. He's been like, nah, I want my belt back.
That's a fact. That is a big fact. So, yeah, smoke is in the air. This is a great bit for him. I'm loving that. We're going to get into it. Like, that was one of my favorite things of the entire night, honestly. So, appreciate that, Van Blade. Leonard Aarons III says, WWE equals we're writing electronically. Pro tip, AI is a tool for creatively bankrupt. And if you're using it to book your wrestling shows, quit.
Yeah, that report was kind of a double whammy for them. Not just that they're bringing in a guy that's going to implement AI. For context, guys, there was a report that WWE Paul Levesque introduced a guy to the creative team that is going to help to implement AI on the creative side, but also he's going to be the liaison for the White House. And so when I saw that, I was like, nothing about this sounds good. All of this, the double whammy of this sounds really, really bad. Yeah, and that was at the same time we also got that report that supposedly somebody in the White House was entertained by the Paul Heyman segment, and they used that as their response to the Epstein stuff as well. And I was like I don't know if that's something you want to brag about, but all right. Nasty work all around.
Yeah, I feel exactly how you felt. Like, I started reading the AI stuff and I was like, this is horrible. And then I got later into the article and I was like, wait, the AI not being the worst part of this article is crazy. Like,
yeah. Like, they came with one of them that came with one of them two pieces for you, man. Came with the 1-2 for you. What's up?
The second shot knocked me out, Phil. I was dead. I'm like, a liaison to what now? Because of what doing who's now? They're like, oh, Paul Levesque's going to be, because he's getting more duties over there. I'm like, this sounds horrible, you guys. Like, I don't like not one bit of this. This is crazy. And the AI stuff, though, I was like, they already started. I can
I mean, I'm not shocked with like how big this company is and how AI has been a part of so many big companies. I mean, Google right now is pushing AI, and Google is one of the biggest companies in the world. Like, all of these big companies are starting to use AI. So I'm not really shocked that WWE would as well, but just the way we found out about it is
take us out the group chat, Phil. Like, we continuously been talking about it on this pod on how politics and wrestling. We didn't deal with this, you guys. I wasn't like, they brought it up sometimes and they would talk about it and they had some stupid bits and sometimes they'd have a fake Bill Clinton in the crowd, but it was way different than like also the people doing that stuff is in the White House doing bits too. It's like, wait, what's going on? This is a lot, you guys, a lot going on. And like, the information keeps coming in full. And it's like, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. His stepmom is being an awful, or his mother-in-law is being a very awful person doing awful things. So of course she's going to get the rest of the fam up in there.
Yeah, it's inescapable. Like a lot of conversations around politics at the moment. But yeah, a lot of stuff with WWE and the current regime in the White House. It's inescapable.
Dog, this AI stuff though, like every week is getting intense. You saw fucking your boy Timbaland's video,
bro. People very rightfully pointing out that you had the chance with AI to create any artist you want, and you decided with AI and this technology to essentially create a culture vulture, to create a white one. All right. I saw the clip of him.
With?
Yeah, I saw the clip of him doing his trademark like goofy faces in the background and dancing with artists, and I was like, I cut this off. No, I didn't press the speaker thing to hear it. I don't want to hear what it sounds like. I don't like how it looks. Yeah, the Jabberwockies in the video. I don't like nothing about it. Cut this off, man.
It was a sensory overload for me. I don't know what it sounds like at all because I did not click the little sound button, but I saw a little bit of it and I was like, the same thing that everybody else was saying. You could have created any artist, anything in the world. This is AI. It's free, they say. It's destroying the environment and killing the community. But like, you could do anything in the world. You could have created like the next Drake or the next Diana Ross or the next whatever. And he was like, nah, Aquafina's going to hit. So it's like, are you sure?
Keep it, Timbo. Keep it.
This is why but I've noticed that some of the worst perpetrators of AI technology is the older African American community. Like I see some very egregious things online, and it's like my aunt.
Listen, I've seen some of it. Like some of these old heads that are going crazy with the Beijing, faking those beards and putting the dye in. Hey man, if I can fake this beard, I can't wait to fake some AI art on you. Wait till I put the AI art on the timeline. I'm a really fuck you up. Watch this.
Niggas is AI and in dreads at this point. Like you can do it. You don't even gotta go to the shop no more.
Disgusting out here, bro. It's disgusting.
We are cooked, my guys. We're done here. Wrap this all up, put it in a bag, put it in the freezer, because we are finished. Appreciate that, Leonard Aarons.
Yeah.
The homie Bragov says, happy Grapsody Day. It's Sunday, but great weekend of wrestling. Been a member for 28 months. Appreciate that, Bragov.
Yeah, great weekend of wrestling. Yeah, appreciate you, bro.
The homie Dex Baker says, I'm stomping in my Air Force Ones too. Took a normie friend to the show. She was buzzing, especially for the main event. She was buzzing, especially for the main event and the women's title match.
Yeah, it's great. I did see it's funny. I did see a lot of people trying to talk up like just regular people coming to the shows. And I think that helps with how affordable the shows are. I think you're going to see more of that.
If AEW keeps this up and if we keep hearing about WWE ticket prices, like for sure, if you can afford to bring a family of 4 and 5 for $200, like that's going to win when you can't even get one ticket for the other show for $200.
Yep.
Appreciate that, Dex. T-Rav THC says Ransom and DJ Premier dropping on Halloween. Yeah, I saw the little preview video. DJ Premier came with some spooky beats and Ransom was going super hard. Hip hop is not letting the fuck up. I love it. 2025 has legit been one of the best years musically. If you really get into some of your favorite artists, it's amazing.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of it, but that sounds dope.
And like Boldy James, we talk about Boldy on here. If you like,
what else?
if you want to have an artist that puts out music every 2 weeks, like brand new music, if you get bored easily and you're like, I need something new, start listening to Boldy James. He puts out a brand new project legit every 2 weeks. It's a new producer. It's a new concept, just like an endless stream of music. It's ridiculous. It's amazing.
Yeah. Shout out to Boldy. I don't know when he has the time to make all of this music. It feels like he's constantly putting out music, but shout out to him, man. He's been killing it. For whatever reason, outside of me listening to D'Angelo a lot this week, I've been saying for a long time, like Ray Shremmerd is like a guilty pleasure of mine. And I listened to Ray Shremmerd the other day on the way somewhere, and I was like, nah, they had some records, dog. They had some records, man. I was man. Hey, you gotta give it up to them guys, man.
2014, Philip Lindsey. These guys, you couldn't turn your radio on without hearing some. I don't got no time. Like you couldn't stop. You couldn't go nowhere. And how ridiculous was the mannequin challenge? And these guys were the culprits.
Yeah, they were basically, man. They're basically like two guys from the Rocket Power cartoon show that turned into rap artists, and it somehow worked. I don't know how it worked, and I mean but it hit, man. Like they got some records, bro.
And it like really worked. Like their shit is like double and triple and quadruple platinum. Like everybody was bumping their shit. I was in San Jose at the time, and like white people and Asian people, they only were playing them at the time. It was crazy.
Nah, I remember when No Flex song came out. That was that huge. But this meme I keep seeing with the Boldy record is so funny to me every time I see it. The Gray October is so funny to me. I don't know if you've seen it.
I haven't seen it.
So funny, man.
Appreciate that, T-Rap. The homie Tin Ruza says, Pyro, that arch stage, jet speed, FTR equals a great start.
Yeah, hot start to the show. We're going to get into AEW WrestleDream in just a few.
Most definitely. Appreciate that. Tin Ruza has a couple of more here. He also says, Saudi Mania / Radia Comfest brought to you by AI.
Yeah, a lot of these comedians have been feeling the heat for the last few weeks because criticism has not stopped.
Bro, I watched a god-awful Whitney Cummings do a reply to people, and she was like, oh, you guys are racist. This is racism. Like a white woman pitching racism, and I was like, this is not the way to go about this. You're not. Just say you took the bag. She's like, if you've ever bought a ticket for Live Nation, you're just as bad as I am. I'm like, all right,
here we go.
I don't know how we got over here.
Right, wrap it up.
Please wrap it up. Because I went to a concert in Oakland. Now I'm a part of the problem. Oh, what?
Listen, you took that check. It's cool. Like, go ahead, man. It's all right.
Big check. It was the biggest check I've ever took. She was like, I used to be poor. I'm like, all right, lady, stop. Turn your camera off. This is crazy. And all the comedians, they're just all like, yeah, you guys, actually, it's better over there than it is. I'm like, all right.
Nah, I'm good. I don't need it.
What happened to just, I got a bag, you guys? Rappers would say that. Listen, they gave me a big ass bag and I took it and I'm back home. Like, what's the deal?
Snoop can't stop telling you I got a bag to do something and I'll get more bags to do something. Hey, I need to apologize for this. Yeah, okay, I'll apologize. But listen, I'm getting to the bag. So this guy's.
I'm saying Snoop he don't care. He like, look, it was a bag, a big ass bag
Money.
Too. And they're going to give me another one. I'm like, all right, okay, it's crazy what you're doing, but I hear you.
Yeah.
And then Tenruz also says, crazy WrestleDream was so good without so many big stars.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tenruza. That is all of our super chats for now. We're going to get into WrestleDream.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, appreciate you guys sending in your super chats. I do have our Humper chats on my phone. I don't have my setup at home where I can just look at it on the screen in front of me because I don't have two screens here. And Yeah, the Humper chat screen on my phone is not great, but it's all right. We'll make this work. We got some from Tony P. He says, well, let me get the bitching out the way first. Thank you, TKO, for faithfully reminding wrestling fans how fucked up WWE practices are towards ex and present employees, which you made worse surprisingly. Yeah, that was yeah.
It's bad.
He continues. He said, I know some wrestlers are going to stay regardless of the Ridge and Andrade news. However, I bet there could also be some who want to some they want to keep, who they seem to be pushing towards leaving when time comes. WWE's new coldness. Then he also says, also, wrestling fans, you don't really give a fuck about who is fucking who in wrestling. Relationships begin and begin anew. Big deal. So please stop being weird about it. However, the PC is making it hard to beat the matchmaking allegations. Now they got the Robert Williams matchmaker, make me a match. they go crazy.
Catch me a catch. Most definitely. I just hate how everybody's like, isn't this person married? What about this? I'm like, you guys, we don't have to be special investigators out here finding old Instagram stuff to see who's married and stuff. Stop being weird. That's it. Like, you could just look at the picture and move forward.
Bro, it's wrestling, bro.
It's wrestling.
Like, I know that sounds like it's a catch-all thing that I say pretty often, but guys, it's fine. It's wrestling. Don't know these people. Stop building up your fandom of these people based on who you believe them to be in their personal lives. That has nothing to do with whether they can wrestle well and all the rest of this stuff. Like, if you're trying to base your fandom on who you think is a good person, you're always going to be disappointed.
That's a fact.
I'm sorry. That's just what it is.
Especially if you following some wrestlers, my guy. Like, wrestlers are historically and still a bunch of scumbags and crazy people doing wild shit on the road that they don't want you to hear about. It's these cameras that are ruining everything for them, but they've been doing this shit for a long time.
And frankly, some of this stuff, like relationship stuff, like this, just none of our business.
It's not. Yeah.
It's just none of our business.
I hate that the homegirl had to come out and be like, look, this is the whole situation with me and Ilya. You don't have to say all this crazy stuff. Like, you shouldn't even be saying this, but she had to come and clarify because people are like, isn't he American? I'm like, there's sick people out here, right? Like, these are not well people.
Yeah, nah. I don't care to editorialize that kind of stuff. You're not going to catch me editorializing that kind of stuff on this podcast because it's just none of our business.
Shit's gross. But also, we didn't even get into Andrade stuff, Philip Lindsey. What a turn of events that we've experienced in the last week here.
Yeah, I mean, like Tony is alluding to, this was not a great week for PR for the way that WWE has treated some of their wrestlers. I mean, this is coming off the backs of, what some people could deem problematic, not renewing Kylie Rae's contract, WWE ID contract to be specific, after she got pregnant. But then this Rich Holland thing is, I feel like that's a lot worse. He got injured wrestling for you on TNA, and then you guys just basically let his contract lapse. I'm sure that they pay for his surgery and everything, but like, that guy's sitting up and not going to be able to work for months. And like, you're not trying to take care of this guy. You're not trying to renew and make sure that he has a job when he comes back to wrestling. Now, I'm sure some people will say they don't have to do that. They don't have to, but it isn't a good look for them at all either.
And people don't understand the mental toll that being injured takes on you. A lot of these wrestlers are sitting. I talked about it a little bit this week because Chelsea, shout out to Chelsea, was talking about helping out Piper on her while she's out injured because people don't understand
I would never interrupt unless it was important. Andrade is no longer with AEW.
Wait. I don't know if this is a bit, Phil. I don't know if he's. I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, so last time he did this, it was to let us know that he was no longer with WWE. Yeah. This is a lot. The Andrade situation is taking so many twists and turns over the past 3 weeks. Initially, it was the news that he was no longer with WWE, that he ended up being fired. Because from their point of view, or the stories that are coming out, he no-showed some events or something, and then they were to talk about him failing some wellness tests. And then all of a sudden, he returned to AEW. Returned to AEW on episode 300.
Yep.
And yeah, I thought it was off to the races, and then we didn't see him again. A lot of people were wondering what happened, what's going on with him, and yeah, that's when we got this report from the Observer, which ended up being corroborated by PW Insider, that WWE sent AEW a cease and desist, and Andrade was taken off of television. Apparently, Andrade and many other people were under the belief that he didn't have a non-compete clause because he was fired, which I can understand on the surface of, because when you think of technically, when you're fired, you're assuming your contract is terminated.
Yes.
So the clauses in the contract are no longer in place. So I could understand, most people assuming, all right, then because the contract is no longer in place, I should be able to work wherever I want. Apparently, there is a clause in the contract where if he was terminated, he still had to adhere to a 90-day non-compete clause. And so WWE sent AEW a cease and desist. There's some wording in it as well that he can end up having to miss even more than 90 days because now that he has attempted to work on a non-compete clause, they're going to probably attempt to punish him for that. Everything about this sounds crazy.
Apparently, I think it was SRS or Wrestling Observer discovered that, might have been SRS, in the TKO contract, it says up to 1 year. It says that the non-competes are now up to 1 year in TKO, and you have to adhere to that. And Lance Storm was on the Wrestling Observer, and he said when he came in 2019 to do a stint in WWE, that was in the contract, and he was like, what the hell is this? And they said that's how they're moving now. That sounds wild. Like, I was talking to somebody this week, Phil, about the situation that's not into wrestling, that doesn't know, and they were like, even 30 days non-compete is wild. Like, it should be
once you're fired.
Yeah, what do you mean, like, I gotta wait? And to fire me and then say I have to wait up to 1 year not working, what are you even talking about? That's not how any of this works.
Yeah. Now, of course, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems pretty suspect to try to make someone adhere to a 90-day non-compete clause when you're not on the hook to pay them for the 90 days. So if people don't understand, when they release people and the wrestlers have to wait 90 days before they can wrestle somewhere else, they usually are paying them for those 90 days.
Right.
I don't think that means they have to pay the remainder of their contract, but they do have to pay them for those 90 days where they're not able to work, because of course, like, that would be pretty crazy for you to release somebody and tell them, hey, you got to wait 3 months before you can work somewhere else, but you don't have any money coming in. That seems pretty illegal. So imagine when I saw this week, the idea of you being able to tell somebody they can't work for 90 days, but we're also not on the hook to pay you for that. I'm just like, how is that legal? And a lot of people were pointing out in the contract how it's perfectly legal and all these other things. And I was like, you guys are not hearing me.
Right.
There are a lot of things that are legal that don't make sense. There are a lot of things that are predatory or outright evil that were legal. I mean, guys, at one point, slavery was legal. I know there's a wild bar to go from there, but I'm just making a point every time people do but it is legal. There are a lot of things that are protected by law, but you shouldn't be able to do that. It sounds wrong. And this is one of those things where it just sounds wrong to me to be able to hold somebody to a contract that you as a company don't have to honor. You have essentially terminated this contract. It's essentially null. You don't have to pay him because the contract is terminated, but you're trying to hold him to a clause in his contract that is null.
Contracts suck in any space. And the people that were coming this week to be like, well, he signed a contract. What can you do? I hate, well, he signed a contract. Like, that's not the end all be all. If there's some bullshit clauses and lingos in this, it's going to be gotten around, especially if you fired me. What you mean I got to adhere to what also you're still coming? Well, no, motherfucker, you fired me. This relationship is over. We're done. I'm going to work.
Yeah.
And so for people to be like, oh, Andrade was on some bullshit. Like, I don't know. I think he was like, I'm fired. I'm going to try to get a job.
Yeah. I have to assume he was advised by people that probably was the case. And I saw people saying, well, he's too stupid to read a contract. Guys, I don't know if most of you guys know what like a lot of these contracts look like and just how thick these contracts are. And this was probably some clause on page 12, like all the way down in like this corner somewhere that says, by the way, if you're terminated with cause, we can hold you to this. It's very easy to miss that in a lot of these contracts. And your average person doesn't understand a lot of this legal jargon that's used in these contracts. That doesn't make them stupid. That doesn't mean he didn't read his contract. And that also doesn't give you the excuse of being able to say, well, he signed it, so it doesn't matter. He might not have been aware that that was the case. And yeah, maybe, you could get into his lawyer should read the contract first. And the lawyer should give him an understanding of everything that's in the contract before he signs it. But again, most average people don't do that. Most people, I mean, most of y'all today probably like see a terms and condition thing that pops up on an ad or something, scroll all the way to the bottom of it and check, yeah, I read it. I give my consent and move on.
Dog, I didn't probably gave my data to every app in the world. They're like, oh, hey, read this and sign this to move forward. Yeah, you got it, bro. Take it. I don't care.
Exactly.
They probably got my identity, my soul, all kind of stuff. I don't be reading that shit.
Yeah, they put that contract in front of him. He probably skimmed through it. They're like, yeah, initial here, sign here. And he was just like, yeah, I got it. It's done. I don't think it's that hard to believe. And like I said, trying to make him out to be stupid because of that, I don't think that's really fair to him. I don't think that's really fair to the situation because this situation is very one-sided. And I don't even care if you're trying to say, all right, he deserved to be punished for violating the wellness policy and no showing. Okay, well, he is being punished by being fired. You then get to continue to punish him, and then people are just like, oh, well, he deserves this. But how do you know that? You don't even know the whole story. You don't even know all of what's going on here. And like I said, even if this is like he just no-showed, so that means he shouldn't be able to work again for a year? What?
The hold that this company has over some of these fans and these people.
I think about this a lot. I think about this a lot, but I really wonder, like, where did we get sometimes with a lot of people that are getting by, that are check to check? The stuff that these people defend, that these like million-dollar, billion-dollar corporations are doing. It's insane to me sometimes. It's like these people don't need you to defend them. They've got a room full of lawyers to defend them. And I've seen most people saying, like, just how this sounds, I don't know how they can enforce this. I just don't see how they could possibly hold him to this.
Even if they were like, we're gonna pay you, that's like this is such a bullshit thing. You shouldn't be able to clause. No, and you shouldn't be able to clause and hold on to nobody for a full last year. People have been pulling up and connecting the UFC stuff and how crazy the contracts, and they have bullshit clauses like this and this too. And they just passed this Muhammad Ali Reform Act thing that was bullshitting. So TKO's on some wild shit. That's the craziest part about this. Is like, who cares if he skipped, didn't read it, lawyers, blah, blah, blah. Why is this in there?
Yeah, it's a terrible look. I don't know what's going to happen with Andrade going forward. I have to assume that AEW and the people involved thought that he was just cleared to work. Because, yeah, I would assume a lot of people would assume the same thing when someone's fired, that they are not on tap for a non-compete because they got fired. It's not like they got released. It's not like they quit. He didn't quit. No. He got fired.
Yeah.
And the example I used, and people tried to say, well, Tony doesn't do non-compete, because I thought immediately of Punk. Punk got fired, and he was at Survivor Series before 90 days. Mm-hmm. So I would assume he didn't have a non-compete clause. I'm pretty certain it's been confirmed that he didn't have a non-compete clause.
Because why would he? You fired me, dude. It wasn't a mutual. My contract ran out, blah, blah, blah. I got fired. I'm gone. I'm moving forward. I can't, I just don't understand it. And to come out and defend it like people have been doing, saying Andrade's the wrong one and blah, 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 and all this crazy stuff because they like that company is upsetting, and it sucks. And then they did it to, we keep hearing the situations like the Ridge and Kylie and all the WWEID stuff. There's still people coming out every day being like, our contracts are done here. Like, it's not a good look at any point.
No, I just don't see why people are defending it, but I am not shocked. I'm not shocked at all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
SRS. Oh, brother. Finesser. Keep going, Andrade. You got this, brother.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is probably going to end up in court.
Yeah.
I would hope that he's probably going to fight this, especially if they're trying to hold him to not being able to work for a year.
But that's going to be annoying too. He's going to be probably not wrestling, going through all this bullshit.
Yes. Yeah. As somebody that is a contractor, and I don't, of course, I'm not trying to say that my situation is the exact same as Andrade's. But you got to understand people that are contractors and people that are at the mercy of like, what is my gig and like, what is my job? It's worrying that, a big company that makes the kind of money that WWE does can get you to sign something that is so one-sided that protects them as a company, but does not look out for your best interests.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking of like any business ever, because people are just like, this is how it goes. It's like any contract, there's never a great contract because it's always, most of the time it's one-sided. Like when they do that, oh, you have to put a fucking 2-week notice in, but if you fire me, I'm gone today. Like it doesn't even, the things don't even match up how the stuff works. And it's just like historically how things been, and people just accept it. And like, it's not time to accept it. This could change some things. They're still saying wrestlers are fucking independent contractors and all this crazy legal jargon, even though they're locked down and how things move and stuff. It's like they've gotten out of it before, and I don't know if they will again, but they probably will again.
Yeah. send us your super chats. I'm sure a lot of people have their opinions of this. That is the best way for us to read them on this podcast. You can also send to the Humper Chat, humperchat.com/Fightful.
That's a fact. Should we get into some of these wrestling shows, Philip Lindsey?
We should. I guess in order, we should hit New Japan. Had a show over a week ago. Wasn't as close in proximity as WrestleDream. But yeah, New Japan Pro Wrestling hosted King of Pro Wrestling on October 13th, Ryogoku in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah, I thought it was a very good show. I thought it started very well. I thought it ended even better. It was an excellent women's match and closed with, I think, one of the company's best main events of the year.
Yeah, it's we talked about a lot of this show leading up to it and the journey with both the people in the main event and what was going to come out of that. Tremendous way to end the show. Also a great way to begin the show, like you were discussing. I think the women have the way that New Japan has structured that championship and way they've worked it this year has improved. Like, I think that there's still room for improvement always. Like, we'd like definitely to feature more, but when they're featured in a big show like this that has some time and some story put on it, it just means so much more, you know?
Absolutely. Like I said, started with the IWGP Women's Championship match, big rematch from June between Shuri and Sarai. Sarai came in as champion after defeating Shuri back in June. This was an excellent match, hard hitting. This was as close to style as you're going to get on this show, I think. These women were hitting each other very, very hard. The kicks were very, very stiff, big headbutts. Man, Sarai is just such an excellent talent. I definitely think we're going to see more and more of her in the coming years because she's just such an undeniable talent. But man, Shuri's been one of my favorite wrestlers over the last few years. And so I love seeing her on the stage, love seeing her wrestle for New Japan. She did pick up the win here to become the first ever two-time IWGP Women's Champion. Afterwards, she did her press conference and she made it clear that she wants to defend this belt in the Tokyo Dome at Wrestle Kingdom. That has been talked about a lot. Saya Kamitani, when she won the New Japan Strong Belt, also talked about wanting to defend that belt at the Tokyo Dome. I have to assume that's going to play into this. Right now, it really feels like that's probably going to be the match. Shuri versus Saya Kamitani, maybe a winner-take-all match. I also did something very interesting on this show. They promoted a upcoming New Japan show in New Jersey. As some people also noticed on the timeline, it didn't have any of the New Japan Strong branding on it. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know if that means that New Japan Strong is going away or if it's going to have a lesser impact on the shows that they try to promote in the States. But I do think it's interesting that there has been more of an emphasis on IWGP Women's Championship. And now you have the possibility of this winner-take-all match going into Wrestle Kingdom. Makes me wonder if there's a chance that those belts could get merged.
It's feeling like it because New Japan Strong is not as strong as it was. It felt like a while they were running every 3 months here in America, maybe 4 months at the most. Like, they were doing shows in Chicago, they were doing shows in California. Like, it's it definitely has changed, but it's good to see them back. I think they maybe, I mean, even calling it New Japan Strong and making it seem different than the main brand, that plays a role. Like, if you just say New Japan Pro Wrestling is coming, that's going to be way different than saying New Japan Strong is coming. So I understand maybe wanting to eliminate that branding and just focus on exactly what it is. Yeah, these ladies, I've seen across my timeline this year, more people say these two ladies are possibly the best wrestlers in the entire world. People have been like, Sarai is unbelievable. And then you see her in action like this and you're like, oh, It's because she be knocking
Yeah.
fucking heads off, and she goes 1,000%, and she doesn't care about anything. Sheree is also the same way. It's like you said, their styles are so close, and on a show with New Japan wrestlers and being able to differentiate yourself and be different and present something that a lot of people don't see on a regular, and they're going 1,000 miles per hour. I think it was a perfect way to start the show. So the fact that the IWGP Women's Championship is starting to kind of become a Wrestle Kingdom staple, I think is awesome. And them promoting a big match.
Yeah.
And the women, like you said, throughout the year are talking about it and excited and want to be one of the ones to get that opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's a good sign because it feels like that's what this belt was supposed to represent.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's immediate overlap because they introduced the New Japan Strong Women's Championship. And it's just kind of like, well, why do you have two belts that kind of fill the same purpose? I don't really get it. But I don't know. I don't know what this means. We had that report a while back that New Japan might do less shows in the States.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't know how that impacts New Japan Strong. I don't know what that means for that brand, but I assume we'll hear something soon.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, there's a lot of, they still have like the dojo in LA and people in America that are on that side. So hopefully it's good. Them people are good too.
Yes. But yeah, very good match. Really, like I said, hard hitting. Some of the near falls in this were really good. At one point, Sari hit Shuri with like 3 Uranagis back to back. Shuri kicked out of that. There was another great near fall towards the end of the match. Like I said, do yourself a favor if you have not watched this match. Very, very good match. We got the War Dogs taking on the now unaffiliated guys from LIJ. David Finlay, Ishimori, Clark Connors took on Shingo Takagi, Hiromu Takahashi, and Teton. And a pretty fun 6-man tag match. It was pretty much just like the kind of multi-man matches we see on New Japan pay-per-views all the time. It's only like about 7 minutes, but it was fun for what it was.
One of those what now Tony Khan is doing on his shows, just putting a bunch of good guys together to wrestle.
Yeah, but the War Dogs picked up the win. That's going to play into something else that happened later in the night that was pretty interesting. But I thought it was pretty interesting. They started early on with the affiliates and the War Dogs, and multiple storylines have been leading to the spot. We got Drilla Maloney taking on Sonata. Sonata, man, what a guy. I love that he went through this time period where he attempted to, fulfill a lot of what people thought the potential was, becoming IWGP World Heavyweight Champion, really trying to lean into Inoki's influence, and it just didn't really work for him. The Just 5 Guys thing just didn't really work for him. So when he left and became this heel, he's just been like, I don't know what this guy's attempting to do. It just seems like everything is just like, whatever, I don't care. Like everything is very lackadaisical. He comes out with the ridiculous looking outfits, his acoustic guitar. And so the entrance comes out. It looks like Sonata's coming out with his big disco ball outfit on. He comes out, stands on the apron, and we think that's his entrance. No, his entrance is still going. Sonata's coming down the stairs in the crowd, and it's like, wait, there are 2 Sonatas? I still don't know how he did this. I guess the guy in the ring was wearing one of those weird, like hyper realistic masks. But I was like, how did he do this? It was just whatever. He did some twin magic on it. But Sonata is just, man, what a guy. I thought all of this was really funny. I thought the way he was acting throughout the match was really, really funny. I thought it was really entertaining. For whatever you can say about him not really taking this seriously and the match quality being what it is whatever. But man, he's so much more entertaining right now than he was a few years ago, or what he was during that IWGP title run.
Yeah, that was so confusing. They tried to make him into suit Inoki guy, and he's about the business and 50 years of like, yeah. But then you see him with this and you're like, oh, he has this personality and he's showing something completely different. And this is what people are going to latch on to, not that boring kind of faceless, nameless Sonata that was before. We need this guy with the wacky outfits and magic for some reason at the show. I mean, it worked because everybody was talking about it. But I mean, I guess you got to try all the bits.
Yeah, this was a very violent match. Drilla Maloney got busted open in this match. He had this nasty looking scar on his head afterwards that he got staples in, looked disgusting. Shit. He had like a big crimson mask at one point during this match. Looked horrible. But Drilla Maloney did pick up the win by smashing Sonata over the head with his own acoustic guitar. I thought that Drilla needed this kind of win. Coming out of G1, he was really impressive, but I think he needed a big win to cement that he's going to be a singles guy moving forward.
Totally. Yeah, this is pretty disgusting. Bro got like 12 or something staples in his head. Head looked like a fucking football after this. He was bleeding everywhere. Very disgusting moment. But this is kind of the kind of performances, like you said, that like really build New Japan stars. This is really the type of stuff that fans get behind. That fighting spirit is this, like, you're in peril, you're bleeding everywhere, you don't know how you're going to get out of this, but you fight back and win the match. Drilla is been growing every week, every month, every year, every match. He's better. He's growing more confidence. Like, he feels like one of the most confident wrestlers in New Japan right now.
Yeah. Big fan of Drilla. We got a quick Bishamon match against TMDK. This was really the way to get Goto on this show and really put forward that Goto is back. He's wrestling. I thought that this was good for what it was. Bishamon picked up the win. Afterwards, we got El Phantasmo taking on Hiroshi Tanahashi. And what I believe is Tanahashi's last match in Ryogoku. This match was way better than it had any right to be. Again, one of the hallmarks of this farewell tour from Tanahashi is him playing up the in-ring psychology and telling a great story. I thought that this was a great story of El Phantasmo respecting Tanahashi respecting him too, but he's just like, I'm not trying to do any of these pleasantries and all the rest of that stuff. I'm trying to win. I want to beat you. And so that played in. El Phantasmo jammed his knee, trying to go for a big splash off the top rope to the outside. That played into the match multiple times where Tanahashi was targeting the knee. But we got a lot of really impressive spots from ELP where he tried to still lift Tanahashi up, even with the injured knee, and do the big UFO spot and do some of his other big spots. Really, really great match. Ended up ending in a draw. Tanahashi just narrowly survived. But I thought this was really, really good.
Yeah, the way that Tanahashi has worked a bunch of different matches with different guys, and like you said, the psychology that he's used throughout this last kind of run has been phenomenal, man. Like, they've been talking about him and other promotions and doing other things, and this last run is insane. I can't believe there's only a few more of these, Phil. That's like a handful of more matches of this guy that's been dominating for a bunch of years, and it's every match it seems even crazier that he's still going and he's still working at a pretty high level, even though his mobility is not the same as it used to be. Like, he's focusing on other things. He's staying on the ground, still staying tight. I mean, I'm loving some older man Tanahashi who kind of don't give a fuck and just wants to get a couple more victories before he's on out of here.
Yeah. Afterwards, we got Evil taking on Bolden Oleg for the Never Openweight Championship match. Going into this match, I was already worried because Evil, of course, came out of the G1 with a ton of momentum. And so I was like, yeah, logically, Evil probably should win this match. But Oleg really just got started with the championship. I was not ready for it to end. And unfortunately, we got the House of Torture shenanigans. Evil is your new Never Openweight champion. Wasn't a big fan of that outcome, but that played into the aftermath of Aaron Wolf coming out and coming for the save. big response for Wolf when he came out.
Yeah.
Based on all of the promotion that they've been putting into his first New Japan match at Wrestle Kingdom, that's part of the selling point for Wrestle Kingdom. And it's clearly working. The Japanese crowd is very excited about the addition of Wolf, and that stare down between him and Evil got a very good reaction. I believe it's already been announced now that that's probably going to be the match at Wrestle Kingdom. And for what Evil represents in the company as one of the top heels, that makes a lot of sense for Aaron coming in. You want somebody that is going to get booed, that's going to be able to come in and get heat against Aaron. You don't want to divide your crowd. You want your crowd to universally cheer for Wolf. So I think that makes a ton of sense.
And Evil, regardless how some people feel about House of Torture and what that shit represents, Evil's still a good guy to be in there again, especially if you're having your first match. It's a big fucking match. He's going to be somebody in there that'll help you through this, even though the House of Torture shit could get a little bit overwhelming at times.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what you feel about Evil and House of Torture, Evil is a pretty big star with this company. Right. He's a mainstay with this company, so it means a lot for him to be Aaron's first opponent. That's a big match for him.
Huge.
We got the Knockout Brothers taking on the team of Rough Storm, Shota Umino, and Yuya Uemura for the IWGP Tag Team Championship. I said last time the Knockout Bros were on the pay-per-view and they won these belts. These guys are doing it. Like for a minute, the tag division for this company was not great. Now, 2 matches in a row, Knockout Brothers, I think, have completely revitalized this tag division. They're exactly what this company needed. This match was so good. Shota Umino fits perfectly in this scenario with Yuya Uemura. Man, watching Yuya in this match, in a one-on-one match he had with Ice from the other show, this guy is going to be a big star for the company, man. You could just see it. Sir. You can see how the crowd is reacting to this guy. You can see just how well he works, man. This guy, man, he's going to be a big asset to New Japan moving forward.
Yeah, the confidence that he's been moving with the last couple months and how he's working, and he's so calm under pressure and just like, I'm about to go off. He's like that. Like he's just, and putting him with Shota right now, I think Shota really needed it. We talked a lot on this podcast about trying to find whatever that thing is to really progress him forward, and being in this tag team is really doing it. But yeah, I think the energy around the tag division was lackluster. It was just kind of like, it felt like the tag division was just there, and there's too many talented tag teams to be just there. But the last couple of weeks, it's felt like people are excited about the belts. They're excited about the Knockout Bros. They're excited about Bumbleclot. They're excited about everything kind of surrounding this, you know?
They'll get to a point where he does that move, and I don't giggle every time commentary yells out Bumbleclot knee when he does it. It's so funny to me. It's so funny. But yeah, Knockout Brothers are great, man. This was such a fun tag team. I am a believer in this team now moving forward. I think they're great. Like I said, if you bought some Yuya Uemura stock, got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yes, sir. Thank God.
Yeah, but Knockout Brothers did retain here, as I expected. I would assume the team of Shota and Yuya are going to play into tag league in some way. Of course, Knockout Brothers are probably going to play into it as well, but I don't think this is the last we've seen with this matchup. We're probably going to see a rematch at some point.
Yeah, I could see what's their tag team name? I got to get used to it. Rough Storm?
Rough Storm.
Yeah. I could see Rough Storm getting a big win at the Dome if they're continuing this into that.
Yeah. We got Yota Tsuji taking on Gabe Kidd for GP Global Heavyweight Championship. We talked about this match last time. I said that I believe this match is going to have some implications in the main event of this show and probably the build to Wrestle Kingdom. And sitting and watching that match, I'm about 100% sure that I'm right about that. when we interviewed Gabe talked about wanting to be a double champion. And we've seen a lot of stuff with Suji since G1, and Yoda's he's been basically saying without saying he's gonna be the guy that stops this guy that's coming in, this outsider. And he's got some claims to wanting a match because of the way that he lost his G1 semifinals match.
Mm-hmm.
So that is coming to play in this match. Of course, Yoda Tsuji and Gabe Kidd have a rivalry. They had a great match earlier this year. I don't think this match was as good as their match they had earlier this year, but it was still very good. I think for a lot of the criticism of Gabe Kidd and his AEW foray, when he turns it on and he goes back to New Japan, he still feels like everything we want this guy to be.
Yep.
Man, this was so good, man. This match was very good. It was one of my favorite matches on the show. We know that Yoda Tsuji is good, but Gabe Kidd, man, there's a spot where you can tell they pays attention to quite a bit of the commentary because he set Tsuji up for the big draping knee strike that he did before that became this big viral thing of him missing and what it looked like. So he goes to set it up, and it looks like he's gonna climb to the top rope and do it again. And commentary even brings it up like, oh, he's learned nothing. But he actually used that to set up another move where he did like this rebound into something else. And I thought that was actually a really smart way to play into the reaction to that move. And he did a few things in this match that were similar to that were pretty innovative. Again, for the criticism, I think that Gabe has still been wrestling really well when you put him in high pressure situations like this.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that's been glaring for me is he, like you said, I think he took some of that criticism because New Japan fans were on my homie Gabe Kidd's head for some time. Like anytime he would show up on AEW, they were mad, dude. So I think he was like, I hear y'all. He put his head down. He just started working, and it's been really great. Like you said, when it's a big match, and him and Yoda Tsuji has been having a pretty good feud. When there's some stakes behind it, like he's gonna be one of the best wrestlers in the company, honestly. But Yoda Tsuji, though, he's been that guy for a while. He's been kind of sitting back. I think the story that you're talking about has been playing out on screen and kind of in real life. I think Tsuji's like, this is all mine. Why do you guys keep acting like this is Takeshita's? Like, I've been working countless hours in the gym trying to be the guy around here, main eventing shows, working on the road, and you guys are talking about some Takeshita. This is not how this is going to go.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this match. I think that these two guys work very well together. I don't think this is the last we'll see of them. I think they have a great rivalry. But I definitely think the winner of this was set up to be one of Takeshita's upcoming opponents. Gabe has plenty of axe to grind with this guy. He said that during our interview, he clearly does not like it that he got coming in as a DDT guy and trying to make it seem like he's a New Japan wrestler. And the way that he was injured and had to miss the rest of the G1 this year, we've got to assume that he's still stewing over that. Yep. And like I said, he wanted to be a double champion at Wrestle Kingdom. So I figure, like I said, the winner of this match, that's going to play into Takeshita's run if he wins in the main event. Yoda Tsuji picked up the win here, and LIJ is still in this place as unaffiliated. Gabe Kidd showed Tsuji some respect coming out of the match because, again, great rivalry. But then the rest of the War Dogs came out, and they kind of had like this moment with the unaffiliated LIJ guys where they show respect, and it seems like all of these guys are now on the same page. They're all getting along, which is not something we see very often from Bullet Club. I don't know what that means. I think it was a cool moment, but I'm still not quite sure of what we're supposed to take away from this. I thought maybe this might set up a big multi-man feud down the line with the LIJ guys or ex-LIJ guys with the War Dogs, but it doesn't seem like that's the case now. I don't know what this means.
Could be a new crew, a new side mission, a new something. it's setting up. I mean, those guys, the XLIJ guys, like you're describing, are heavy hitters. So you definitely want to have them continuously involved in something. But I mean, they didn't really completely tell the story. They're kind of leaving us to figure it out. But it's interesting though.
Yeah, like I said, Tsuji picked up the win. Tsuji has been also pointing to the fact that, hey, I'm the only one that could stop Takeshita. So when this match was over and Tsuji won, I was like, oh, Takeshita's going to win in the main event. I had already been predicting that. But after this, I was like, oh, yeah, Takeshita's going to win. And like I said, just the way that Tsuji exited the G1 and the fact that they avoided doing this specific matchup, I think that they did that for a reason. I think that that is a big match that they are tucking up their sleeve. And if you want a big Wrestle Kingdom opponent for Takeshita, this makes a lot of sense. Tsuji has been promoted as one of the Three Musketeers, the future of this company, and you've got an outsider coming in and claiming the main belt. Makes a lot of sense for Tsuji to want to hold that belt. Also, as an LIJ guy, the leader of LIJ famously went in the Wrestle Kingdom as IWGP Intercontinental Champion, holding the belt. And one of the biggest moments of his career was becoming a double champion at Wrestle Kingdom. I think it makes all the sense in the world for Tsuji to want to follow in his mentor's footsteps and go to the Dome and hold both belts.
Yep. And it tells a great story, especially because the Shota experiment wasn't as great as they expected it. I think they have to keep trying, though. You don't want to go back to a different well. Like, if it didn't work with Shota, let's try it with Tsuji, because he's been working hard to get to that main event. Like I said, he wants to be the roadblock for Takeshita. He's upset that he's not in the main event for the world title. He's upset that Takeshita's getting all this fanfare and fame, and he's ready to take that spot.
Yeah. Out of the Three Musketeers, Tsuji's the most ready.
Yep.
Like, he's got it. He's got it in ring. He got it the character. He got the aura. He got it. He's got the presence. He's ready. That's why I thought there was a real chance that Tsuji could win the G1. And like I said, if he's not winning the G1 and you've got this matchup, feels like he's going to be Takeshita's opponent at Wrestle Kingdom. I'd be really surprised if he's not.
And that's a hard-ass match, too, for Wrestle Kingdom, like you're saying.
Big match. Big match. Especially if you want to set this guy up as the future of this company and you want to give him a big match. I mean, you gave Shota the main event last year. If you're going to go with another one of these Three Musketeers and give them the big spot, this is the way to go.
Exciting.
But yeah, speaking of Takeshita, main event, we've got Takeshita taking on Zack Sabre Jr. for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. Takeshita, coming out of G1 as this year's winner, is doing what Zack did last year and challenging in Ryogoku before the Dome. He wants to walk into Wrestle Kingdom as champion. I thought it's very fitting that Zack is the champion, and this is exactly what he did last year. Naito. This match was excellent, though. I mean, they've had two really good matches this year. I think their G1 match is like, the preliminary match was very good, but then they had another match later in the tournament that was also very good. This match was just so good. Zack Sabre Jr. continues to be exactly who he says he is. He comes out there, wraps you up, gets you in these incredible holds, and hits you incredibly hard with the penalty kick. He's just phenomenal. But man, Takeshita. The way we talk about Bandito's versatility and how you think you can just, wrap this guy up and ground him, and then he'll turn around and start matching your intensity on the mat. It's exactly what Takeshita does. Takeshita comes with these ridiculous feats of strength. The German suplexes and like all the other big moves he hits. He's just incredible, man. And there were several spots throughout this match where I just stopped and looked at the screen like, this guy is this guy is one of the greatest wrestlers I've ever seen wrestle, man.
Yeah, I can't believe that he's on a run like this, honestly, culminating with a match like this. Yeah, I love the story of this match. Zach focuses on Takeshita's elbow. That one spot on the apron, Phil, where he does the stomp on the elbow thing, but Takeshita flew off of the apron, was like, oh my God, this is fucking dangerous. And good thing that you bring up Bandito, because Bandito worked this kind of style the last couple of weeks with his shoulder. A lot of the match, Takeshita's going at it one arm. So like some of the German suplexes are one arm, some of the slams are just one arm feats of strength that you can't, that other people, you're like, what, how does this work? The strikes, the damn wind up pitch right knockout is some of them in this match, and the way that Zack Sabre would take them and sell them, and he gets off balance on some of the landings is like, this is insane. I love the getting to the kind of end of it, and Zack Sabre just figured out, I don't know if I could beat this guy. Like, I'm throwing legit everything at him. There's that point where Zack starts kicking him in the chest and he's firing on him, but Takeshita's like, brother, this is going to take everything in your arsenal to beat him. And Zach's still as confident as ever, but he has that little like, dog, I don't, like, I've been trying everything. Then Takeshita starts going off with the knees. The point where Zach countered the knee into the rolling single leg crab, just working. Like, the counters in this match, the counters in wrestling right now, Phil, are at an all-time high. Like, the best matches we see of the year, we see some of the best counters, we see some of the most amazing feats that we've seen in years, and the level of intensity with both these guys was crazy. Takeshita just being this unbeatable monster that is doing some of the craziest German suplexes and slams, and he's flipping over the top rope and all this with one arm. Just such a great match, man. It's such a great way for Takeshita to win the IWGP Championship too. Like, coming in as this outsider, people don't know how they should feel about him, but then gaining fanfare and all the just becoming this undeniable type star and culminating with a big IWGP Championship win over Zack Sabre Jr. I thought it was all awesome.
Yeah. There's a point in the match where Zach is like, come on, give me what you got. And he just gets wailed with this forearm strike, and he just like falls out like death. And I'm just like, dude, the way he lays in some of these strikes, the way Takeshita lays in some of these windups, like you said, it's crazy. That played into later in the match where Zach is going back and forth with him in the middle of the ring. He gets laid out again, it seems like. And I'm just like, why would you go for the same thing again? You've seen that this guy hits very hard. So he goes in the corner to set up the power drive knee. And we find out that Zach baited him. He's waiting for the knee to come, rolls him up into the ankle, like you said, man, so good. Some of the reactions to between both of these guys, that's what's so great about seeing three good matches from these two in the same year. They know each other's styles. They now are preparing for each other. And Zach was definitely playing chess out there. There were certain things he was waiting for and planning for. It just wasn't enough, though. It just feels like this was Takeshita's time, and you could just feel it in the last few minutes of this match. It was just Takeshita's time. He is your new IWGP World Heavyweight Champion, second AEW wrestler to win the IWGP World title. Jon Moxley, of course, was the first. But Takeshita is very different in the sense that he won the G1 for one. And then just the politics around Japanese wrestling and him being a wrestler from DDT and having 3 different contracts and being signed as a New Japan wrestler and all these other things. It's a very divisive subject for a lot of people. Some people are not happy with him winning this belt. And I love that he didn't shy away from that. I think that that's that's part of what I think makes him so great, and part of why I feel like this guy is going to be the face of a company sooner than people think, because he addressed it right away in his promo after he won, where he was just like, well, some people are not happy, but give it to me. Cheer if you want to cheer me, boo if you want to boo me, give it. I don't care. I am here to put on the best matches and really stand for pro wrestling, not just one company. I'm here to put on for pro wrestling, whether you like that or not. Basically, you got to respect it. And I think that was the right way to play this. I think trying to come out there and act like this valiant baby face and some part of the crowd do not see you that way. I don't think it was going to work.
No, I love that, because there's real politics and beef with it. When they were like, you came from DDT, they're not bullshitting. They're really like, they think less than of. There's tribalism like we experience over here in American wrestling. Like, this is a real thing. So like, there's many wrestlers that for real are like, who is this outsider fool? He's also in AEW. Why is he our world champion? Like, this is a real, wrestling is real in that sense. And Takeshi, you have to kind of go at it that way of like, I hear you. I'm still like, I'm gonna hear all the stuff you say, but I'm still just here to put on the best matches. And like, I'm gonna gain your trust and gain all those stuff through being a great world champion. Just a great way. It shows how humble he is. It shows that he was ready for this moment. I love how there were some of the DDT guys afterwards and they celebrated all together. Just like, it felt like a well-deserved moment for Takeshita.
Yes. After the match also, Hiroki Goto came out immediately to stake his claim as Takeshita's first challenger. We're getting that match in, I believe, 2 weeks. As soon as he came out, I was like, that I don't believe that that's going to be the Wrestle Kingdom match. I think it would have made sense as the Wrestle Kingdom match, but I just didn't believe it. I still think that Tsuji's probably going to be the opponent. I wouldn't be shocked if we get Zack Sabre Jr. versus Goto at Wrestle Kingdom in a non-title match.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that this makes sense as well with the year that Goto had and the way that he lost the belt, for him to come out straight away and try to get his belt back before Wrestle Kingdom. I don't think he's going to win though. No. But it's a smart match to go with right out the gate. I also noticed as soon as the match was over and Takeshita did his backstage promo, you could already see the disconnect between him and Don Callis family, which is going to play into some stuff from WrestleDream and some of the stuff we saw throughout the week. But he went back there and he's doing the usual, sitting there with all the cans of beer, and he's coming off gracious. And then Rocky comes in and he's like, "How dare you guys boo this guy? He's one of the greatest G1 winners in recent memory. He's one of the greatest champions in recent memory. If you guys can't get behind that, then you guys are just wrong." And I was like, oh, he's striking a completely different tone than Takeshita's coming with. And I think that that's clearly for a reason, because Takeshita is angling more and more towards turning face and not being with any of this bragging stuff that the Don Callis family is doing.
Yep. It's been happening for a while in AEW, but New Japan, it's even more, because he's like, I'm in here for these graps. Ain't no shenanigans. Like, I'm here to win championships, win tournaments, and be the number one guy over here. And the Don Callis family are just talking about accolades and how much money they made. Like, there's a big disconnect, and it's coming to a head. And Okada fucking hates that this guy's IWG world champion. And we're going to get into it very soon here.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of great things that came out of this. Of course, Takeshita not immediately coming back stateside with the belt. We didn't see him with the belt until WrestleDream. I thought that was a great call. We got that segment that they aired on Wednesday was Don Callis' birthday celebration, where all the other Don Callis family guys are at the table with him. And then Fletcher brings up Takeshita on the screen, and he's talking about like how much it's been an honor to be a part of this family with Don Callis and representing for him in Japan and winning the IWGP Championship. And Okada turns the TV off and says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I pushed the wrong button. I'm so sorry." You can tell, and it's all passive aggressive. He's looking around like, this guy, man, get this guy out of here. I thought that was really, really funny. Okada just does so many effortless things that are funny. But I also think it's telling. If you guys did not see the media scrum, I asked Tony during the scrum, how does Takeshita's win impact the partnership with New Japan? Is there any plans to have another cross-promotional show like Wrestle Dynasty during New Japan Wrestle Kingdom weekend again? He didn't outright say no, that there's no cross-promotional show, but he essentially said no. It made it seem like there are no plans to do that. They've got their focus on what they're doing. But my big takeaway from a lot of it is that he wants to make it clear that he has nothing to do with the way that they're putting together the storyline around his IWGP reign. He has no say-so in what they do with that belt and what's going on. I don't know how much of that I believe, but he definitely wants people to know like that stuff is his own thing over there. But he kept also pointing out like the stuff with Okada and the story that they're building in their company. So like I said, that tells me might get that Okada match before the end of the year. And I got on this podcast a few weeks ago and said selfishly, there's a pay-per-view before the end of the year in Chicago, Illinois. And I would love it if that match happened there. I'm feeling more and more confident that match could happen at World's End.
I'm so tired of y'all, but yeah, on the watch along last night, that's what I came up with too. I was like, damn, this match is happening at World End. I forgot it was happening in Chicago. I am tired of y'all. My question is, I thought that Kenny Omega was going to be the one to beat Okada. Is Takeshita going to beat Okada, you think?
I don't know. We'll see. But it depends on what the match is for, because we don't know if Takeshita would challenge for the unified belt or if Okada is going to challenge for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship.
That sounds crazy as hell.
I kind of think it's going to be the other way around. I kind of think that because I think the match with Tsuji is happening at Wrestle Kingdom, I kind of think that Takeshita is going to rack up title defenses before Wrestle Kingdom.
And beating Okada, that is, we know what that represents. A lot.
Yeah, but that plays into some stuff from AEW WrestleDream. But yeah, the story that they're building so far with Sen Okada, I think it's really well done. The audience is clearly into it. That's another thing that some people are clearly not happy about, taking New Japan's most prestigious belt and using that as part of an AEW angle. I don't mind it because I do think that there's a clear direction that they're going with Tsuji as well. And if I'm wrong about that, I will more than willingly come on here and say I was wrong. But I think there's more to this than meets the eye. I don't think it's just put this belt on this AEW guy and let them use it as a prop in their storyline for a few months.
And what Takeshita has represented is way different than even what Mox represented. Like you said, he won the G1. Yeah. He's been there for a bunch of New Japan shows. Like he's working like an almost full New Japan wrestler. So it's not like he's holding the belt hostage. Like he's going to be defending it on shows and being over there too, you know?
And he's a signed New Japan wrestler. Right. I don't know if you guys remember, but when he signed that contract and they made a point of saying it on a New Japan pay-per-view, I sat here and said, he's going to be champion by the end of the year.
You did. And he was. He is.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Really good pay-per-view, though. Like I said, opened very well. There were some things on this show that weren't for me, but I think it started and ended very well. I think the high spots were what they were supposed to be. Very excited with the build to Wrestle Kingdom so far.
Definitely. And I also wanted to say it was great to see Goto back. We talked about it a little bit, but the vibes still feel there. I love his energy.
Great reaction to him.
Right. I love that he's getting right back into getting a title match. Like he should be immediately sprung into the mix because he had a phenomenal year and it sucks that he went out when he went out. So love seeing Goto back. Very excited about his match with Takeshita.
Yeah, that should be a strong one. Again, if you guys have not seen his match with Zack Sabre Jr. from Tanahashi Jam, that is on New Japan World now. Very good match. I don't like that people have kind of glossed over the year that Zack has had as well. People act like, oh, well, he lost this match, so they booked him wrong. That guy has had an incredible year. When you look at like his resume of matches in just 2025, some of the things he's accomplished, he's had a fantastic year.
I mean, he has a resume of some amazing matches that people should seek out. Like a lot of his IWGP run was amazing. The 3 with Takeshita are fire. What he represented in this match specifically, Phil, as the foe against Takeshita was so much. Like the drama and the beats and everything in this match were enhanced because Zack Sabre Jr. is legit maybe the best wrestler in the world right now. The way that he works and uses fucking grappling and shit like that as the structure of his match, like, shouldn't work. Like, he shouldn't be, like, people historically are like, what is this guy doing? He's doing pretzels, wrapping people up, but it's amazing. It's great work. His strikes are insane. Like, what he represents is way different than everybody else in the company and can't be replicated. Like, unbelievable. Like, when you were giving me his resume when we're talking about the PWI stuff, I was like, damn, this is like legit. Phil's not just talking shit. Like, this is crazy, like what he's doing and is still doing,
Yeah, there was definitely a moment after that match and another match this week where I was like, not a top 10 wrestler in the world somehow, which is makes sense to me. But I digress. But yeah, man, this is everything he set out to do when he won the G1. And he cut that promo where he's like, yeah, you guys keep telling me this guy's the future. This guy's the future. You got to get through me. I've been here. I'm a guy that has wanted to represent this company and be a face of this brand. And no, you don't get to just proclaim yourself the future of this company. You got to get through me. And I thought that this match represented that, especially with him setting the precedent last year of challenging for the belt before Wrestle Kingdom. I think that a lot of things about this match showed what his impact has been in New Japan for the last year.
Right. I mean, he changed what's winning the G1 and because everybody's like dome, and like now people are going to be thinking about going into the dome with the stuff because of what he did. So just amazing work all around. Watch the match though. Like, if you just want some fucking hard hitting, intense,
so good,
two fools trying to be the best wrestler in the world, just knocking each other's heads off, this fucking match, man.
Yeah. But we did get a pay-per-view last night. AEW came to St. Louis, Shea Fetz Arena to host WrestleDream. Really good show. AEW doesn't have bad pay-per-views. I think for whatever you want to say about their build and how uninspiring the weekly show can be sometimes, they don't have bad pay-per-views
at all. They can't. They tried. Somebody on the watch along last night was like, what's the worst AEW pay-per-view of the year? And Denise and I legit couldn't come up with an answer. Like, I was like, I left Revolution upset because of the ending, but the show was awesome. Like, I can't even think of like a bad pay-per-view. Like, you could think of one that wasn't as great, but most of them have hit so hard, and like the action on them last night, it was really noticeable because they started off the pay-per-view hot, like, and they never took their foot off the gas. Bill, like, it was like, as soon as the show started, we're going 1,000 miles per hour. We're not going to do no talking segments, no nothing. It's just all fucking action the whole time. And somebody brought it up. It wasn't big stars. We don't have Ospreay. We don't have Swerve. We don't have a lot of these people, but the people that are on it are still some of the best wrestlers in the world.
Yeah, it might be Dynasty. I think Dynasty might be the weakest AEW pay-per-view this year. But even that wasn't a bad pay-per-view. That's what I'm saying. Like, they've had pay-per-views that didn't really live up to their standard this year, but it still wasn't a bad show.
Right. It's a difference.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought that this was a very strong show. We started with the kickoff show. We had the Death Riders taking on Conglomeration in an 8-man tag match. The greatest thing about this was Conglomeration's new theme song, and they're trying to play that's clearly a riff off of 90s sitcoms like Friends and Saved by the Bell. I thought that was hilarious. I thought Conglomeration showed a lot of great chemistry in this match, working together. Even the stuff between Kyle and Roddy, which I thought was a lot of fun. Say what you want about these Death Riders guys, man. They get a lot of heat, man. They were getting booed, man. Especially Wheeler Yuta, man. And that guy was damn near getting booed out the building.
Yeah, no, Wheeler Yuta's heat is crazy. It's been going crazy. I noticed when they were in Cincinnati this year, and he was out there with Mox, and people were cheering Mox. They were loving him, but they were still like, but nah, fuck Yuta though. Like, we love Mox, he's great, but we don't like that fool. Like, his heat is it's different what he does here. I would like to say, Phil, I missed the first half of this. I just want to say this before we move forward in this. AEW put on 2 pre-shows for the show, so I clicked on a show which I thought was on Triller, and it was just Renee, RJ, and Jeff Jarrett talking to people. They were talking to like Lance Archer, and they were talking to Madison Rain, and like all these people. And I was like, when's the fucking wrestling gonna start? And in the background, you can hear the music, and there's all these entrances happening. I'm like, eventually Renee's gonna be like, and here's the action, but they never shot to the action. And then eventually she was like, there's another wrestling show going on, you guys. Sorry if it's loud. So I was like, oh, I must be on the wrong channel. So I flipped over to TNT, and I was like, oh, here's the wrestling show. So I missed like half of the pre-show. They have 2 shows. Good for them.
Yeah, it was a little confusing. They did like. Yeah, it was a little confusing. They did the 0 hours at the same time as the tailgate brawl that they've been doing. Yeah. So the tailgate brawl is basically like the hour of Collision that we were supposed to get, and then the other hour was added to Dynamite. At least that's my understanding of it, and that is confusing. But because I was here, I didn't realize that was the case.
Yes, that makes a lot more sense. When I was like, oh yeah, there's still 1 hour of Collision that they need to do.
Yeah, there were other technical difficulties that played out. I think some people's Amazon Prime feed cut out during the main event. Tony addressed that during the press conference. I believe Amazon is handing out refunds.
Oh, good.
You just have to let Amazon know that your feed cut off, and they'll issue you a refund.
Shit.
Yeah, Tony was very funny because he was like, yeah, something similar happened with Death Before Dishonor, and the feed went kaput on him. But because he owns that streaming platform, he could immediately respond to it. But he doesn't own Amazon Prime, so he can't do anything about it.
Damn, Halloween Havoc 1998 situation. There was a lot of people that never saw Goldberg and Diamond Dallas Page. They have to watch it on Nitro the next day.
Yeah. Eddie Kingston and Hook took on the Frat House, is what it was. Eddie Kingston is slowly knocking off the rust and getting back in ring shape. You can see that. And, it's a way to keep Hook in the mix. So it was what it was. Harley Cameron and Willow Nightingale took on Megan Bain and Penelope Ford. I believe they are now officially going as the Top Gods. I thought that this was great because the crowd reacted very well to these 2 women. It shows you that they really have enough here, and they have enough fandom behind a lot of these women to start a women's tag division.
Yep.
We talked about this when they established the belts. So they unveiled the belts, that this feels like the best time to do it because the fans know a lot of these women. They're on TV regularly. You can criticize AEW for not doing as much as they should with the women sometimes and not putting more than 1 match on TV some weeks. But it does say a lot that the fandom is very much invested in a lot of these women.
Yeah, and especially because I guess we can talk about it. They announced that they're going to announced the brackets for the women's tag team championships this Wednesday. And listening to people, the thing that's very glaring to me is feels everybody kind of has a different answer of who's they want to win. And that's a great thing. Like some people are saying Taya J, some people are saying the Top Gods, some people are saying Mina and Tony, potentially we'll get into. I was saying Julia and Sky have a chance. Like there's a bunch of women in the locker room that it's going to feel like fan service. Is going to feel like we watch their whole journey if they win those tag team championships, which is a good space to be in.
Yeah. Dexter's saying that his normie friend like the Top Gods cosplay. Yeah, they came out cosplaying as Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. I thought they looked great. Every time they do matching gear, because that was one of the most glaring things about their act at one point, that Megan would come out with like this big winged headpiece and all this other stuff, and Penelope still coming out with like her leather jackets and everything. I think that they've done a better job of creating a presentation of these two women together and making them feel like an actual tag team.
And this actually might be the best time, considering that it could have got a little top heavy for the other championships. Like this is a good space to move Tony to, so she's not kind of muddying up the AEW Women's World Championship thing. Megan Bayne is destined to become AEW Women's World Champion, but now is not the exact time.
Yes.
So having her in another division to still be able to cook, to do the stuff with Penelope Cruz is Penelope Cruz. Is that her name? That's not her name. Penelope Ford. To do that at this
Penelope Ford. not the actress.
To do this at this time, I think is perfect for a bunch of women that potentially could have got lost away if we didn't have another division here being established.
Yes. And I assume that this matchup is going to play into this bracket. I assume that some of the stuff we saw in the segment later in the night is also going to play into the bracket.
Yes.
But yeah, Willow and Harley picked up the win here. I still think we're angling towards a Willow and Statlander reunion. I do not think that Willow and Harley are going to win the belts.
I do think there is some other woman out there that is destined to potentially win those championships with Harley, though. Like, I feel like they keep trying to establish her with somebody to really get locked in. But I'm in the same boat that you are in. I think that Willow and Stat are destined to do this thing. And I think that they eventually will win those championships too.
Oh, so do you see what I see that they're doing with Mercedes, and they're essentially doing the Rock and Sock connection thing?
They're planting seeds. It's a slow process. They just keep throwing them out there. But yeah, I see what's going on.
Yeah, they're definitely doing that whole angle of Rock and Sock connection, of Mercedes seeming more and more annoyed by Harley, but eventually it's going to turn into a tag team. That's what I assume.
Yep.
We got FTR taking on Jet Speed in the last match from the tailgate brawl that ended up rolling over into the main show. I thought that was a really smart idea. Just that visual of the pyros to start the show going off while the match was still going on, and opening the show on a hot note of already having a match in play. I thought that was very smart.
And the crowd, which you were in, was hot at the moment too. So I felt like, oh shit, what are we getting into? I can't believe this match has already kicked into high gear. They're already in the 4th or 5th gear when the show starts. The crowd's going crazy. But this started, I was interested because I was like, there's only 5 minutes left in the show. Why are they starting so late? This must mean something. This started what was the story of WrestleDream. This was a fucking tag team wrestling show, you guys. And it kicked off with what these guys did. FTR has been trying to help the homies and Jet Speed get established as a tag team. They've been such a giving veteran team. And you saw a lot of it here on display. Like when they got into that 4th and 5th gear, when this show started, and Jet and Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight are going 1,000 miles per hour, and they're flying all over the ring. and FTR is just being those aggressive guys and being in all the right spaces and being good bases, but then also mixing in their shit. When this got into high gear, I was like, oh, this is the kind of night that it's going to be. Like, we are in for something special. I love the super hot start. We don't get a lot of wrestling shows that start with the wrestling happen, start with the action, and start with a hot-ass tag team match like this.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say the story of this night was just how great the St. Louis crowd was, because that was my takeaway from this. I think this was one of the hottest AEW crowds that we've seen in a very long time. Seeing it in person, this crowd was very loud and engaged throughout the show. Being here last year for Dynasty, I wasn't surprised because the crowd was great last year. And St. Louis is a wrestling city, man. I think like for like the Midwest, like there are cities that are wrestling towns. St. Louis is one of them, and St. Louis is close enough to a lot of other wrestling towns like Chicago and Indiana, where people will travel to come here for a pay-per-view. I think that helped. You can tell with just how loud the crowd was throughout the show.
Yeah, no, St. Louis, I would like to send all my love out to the homies in St. Louis. I see why the homie Van Twinblade was like, bring this show over here. We're going to have a good time. That was what enhanced this show. This was a really great show. A lot of amazing action on it. But the fact that you guys in the crowd were hot for all the shit you should be hot for really sent this into another stratosphere. There were moments where I've gotten used to wrestling crowds trying to get themselves over and more focused on doing bits, and it didn't feel like this for any of the night. It felt like you guys just wanted to see some great wrestling action and help enhance these matches, and that's what St. Louis brought, man. That shit was great.
Yeah, there was definitely some of that, people trying to get chance started, but
I mean, it's
this was a great crowd, and I don't think that hot open would have worked as well if the crowd wasn't as loud when the pyro started, and starting the show that way and just having a loud reaction. It was just such a great way to kick off the show. But yeah, FDR cheated to win in here. I don't think this will be the last of this matchup. Some stuff later this year. FDR cheated to pick up the win over Jet Speed. Jet Speed continues to be a really, really entertaining babyface team. They've managed to strike gold with two of these throwing together tag teams with Jet Speed and Bandito. And man, I know people are like immediately doing what we do with these kind of teams, where it's like, oh, well, when are they going to split up and who's going to turn on who? But I don't need to see that anytime soon. These two teams are so fun.
I love that because these are two guys that before they came into AEW, you guys on this pod heard me talk very highly about. Kevin Knight did some tremendous work on the indies, and then he went to New Japan and really took off. Mike Bailey, I've been singing his praises for a million years. I didn't know when they got him into a tag team. It's like, what could this? I don't know what this is going to mean. I've seen Mike Bailey in so many entertaining singles matches that I was like, maybe he's going to be wasted away. Nope. This has been the perfect introduction, I think, for both of them, Phil. Being in this tag team, having these exciting ass matches every week, being a part of something that feels energetic and different on the card has helped both of them become established in the company and get the fans behind them. Like, they would have eventually gotten there because they're both great, but I think pairing them up early has really just helped and enhanced that and made them feel even bigger than they were previously, and it's helped so much. Like, this tag team match was awesome when they, like I said, when they got into to the fifth gear and FTR starts to do that swarmy, they're over here, Stokely's doing stuff, they're pulling legs and they're doing all this shit. Just like, this is what you need, FTR and tag teams like that, to counter the spot food, to counter all the crazy shit, and to add a little base to it. They're such a great tag team, man. FTR. Man,
big fan of FDR. I think for some of the internet chatter we hear about FDR sometimes, I'm not trying to hear that. FDR is one of the greatest tag teams of all time, in my opinion. I think a lot of the hype around them is deserved.
Yes.
For the output that they've had from NXT to AEW, like, it's very, very, very well earned. But yeah, we got the official opening match of this show. Jamie Hayter taking on Tekla in a match where everyone from both sides are banned from ringside. That's going to play into what I would assume is the first ever women's blood and guts match. But this match was really, really good, man. I think it was very physical. It felt like a grudge match. I have my qualms with the fact that Tekla versus Queen Amanada had turned into such a fun grudge match on TV, and it kept Jamie out of the mix for so long that by the time they reintroduced Jamie, it was like, okay, but I just kind of want this to just be the Tekla and Queen Amanada feud. I would have liked to see Queen Amanada get a big match like this on a pay-per-view, which is unfortunate because they did start this with Jamie Hayter. If people don't remember, Tekla debuted during a Jamie Hayter segment, and so this was the way to come back around to that and wrap that up on a pay-per-view. It's just like I said, the Jamie was out of the mix for so long, and Tekla and Queen Amanada were doing so much great work weekly that I was more interested in Queen Amanada and Tekla by then.
It's funny too because they brought in on that fucking 0 hour special that I was watching, they brought in Queen Amanada for analysts on the match because, of course, like you said, she's been attached to Tekla for so long. They're like, well, what do you think about this? How do you have this? And then at the end, she came in too to be like, hey, great job. So like she still was so attached to this that the remnants were there. But yeah, they kind of just sifted the story to Jamie Hayter. I thought this match was awesome, honestly. Like, these two women were angry.
Yeah.
Tekla brings such a different kind of energy to this. I love that she's different than every other woman. And all of her matches seem like a real fight. They're aggressive. They're two people trying to tear each other's fucking heads off. There was moments in this that I screamed. The part where they were both on the top turnbuckle and Jamie Hayter headbutted the shit out of Tekla and she just fucking bounced off of all the ropes and hit the mat. Just crazy. I love how they spent a lot of the time on the outside of the ring brawling. It wasn't a street fight, so there wasn't any plunder. They were just using their fists and their feet and slams and slamming each other against the guardrail and just really destroying each other. Tekla having that unpredictable kind of what the fuck is she gonna do? She's kind of like the Tasmanian devil. She might jump off or something. Her fucking dive that she does, she looked like a bat yesterday, like so fearless. She dove feet to the ground and caught Jamie Hayter. Just a tremendous fight that she brought to Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter is getting back to that point that she was, I feel, before she got injured, where people were like, oh, she's different. The way that she hits hard. Yeah. She's smart in the ring. She has great positioning. Like, I think that she's going to be in world title contention very soon. And it's because of matches like that. And I actually think what happened in this match kind of made me think a little bit different about the world title match between Chris Statlander and Tony Storm. I was like, this match kind of, I don't want to say took away from that match, but I think that this one had more intensity than that match, and that match needed it. We'll talk about it when we get to that match, but this match is awesome.
Yeah, I thought this match was very good. I have a hot take. I don't know how many people will agree with me. I think this current run that Jamie Hayter is on is better than her run when she was world champion. Because I think the biggest issue I had with that time period, even though she was world champion, it felt like she was world champion in name only. It never felt like any of it was about Jamie Hayter. It felt like it was more about Britt Baker than her. I don't think she ever got a chance to stand out on her own. She was getting good reactions, yes, but I don't think she ever felt like she had like the stories and promos and stuff that were befitting somebody that was champion. And Agreed. When you look at her this time around and, you know, the match she had in Owen finals, this match and like being presented as like a star on her own level, she did not have this as champion. I mean, just look at this week, her cutting the promos in the build to the Fatal 4-Way and her having promos, even like all of the press I saw for the last few days coming up to this pay-per-view, she was getting interviews. She was not getting that before. And I think people have been, of course, very impatient with the booking and wanting her to be immediately back in the title picture, immediately to win the belt. But I think they've done such a great job of building her back up and giving her stories, giving her moments. And man, like when she won, that reaction when she won, bro, it's just different, man. I don't think she was getting these kind of reactions. Yes, she was getting loud reactions when her entrance music were hit and all that stuff. I think it was because people just liked her. They liked her matches. They liked like her look and everything. But I feel like people are more engaged with who she is as a character now.
Agreed. I think even just this specific situation here, Phil, this was a non-title singles one-on-one women's match. That doesn't happen on pay-per-views often, where there's not any championship involved, where just two women, because of people are invested in getting this opportunity. And I think exactly what you're saying here is that reason. Like Jamie Hayter is starting to become one of the main characters in the women's division. People are being invested in her. So we need to see her on pay-per-views and in these moments, even if she's not the champion or challenging for a championship.
Yeah, I think it took away that Britt was always front and center while she was champion, and it felt like they were constantly building to Britt potentially turning on Jamie, which of course never happened. And like I said, I feel like that hurt her run as champion because it was less about her as an individual. But now I think that all of that has gone away. So I think when she eventually wins that belt again, it's going to be better. Tekla, it's interesting. I have two thoughts on this. One, people were dead wrong about Tekla, and I knew that at the time when it was happening. But I saw a lot of people that watched her in Stardom saying, well, why are they signing her? Like, of all the people from Stardom, why would you want her? And I was like, oh, you guys are wrong. I knew it. I was like, you guys are wrong. And now when you see her over here in a different environment, motivated, wrestling her style, like you said, she is a very unique character in this division. Nobody in this division moves like her, looks like her. She puts a lot of thought into not just the way she moves in ring, but the way she looks, her facial expressions. It's a different level of care that she brings to this that's not in this division. And I knew that was eventually going to work. I think she's been one of the best signings for this company this year. I think she's been incredible as an all-around character. If you had told me when Donna Del Mono was like this big, huge thing in Stardom and Julia was the leader of this thing and feeling like the most charismatic wrestler in the world, that both of these women would come to America and I would think that Tekla was having a better year than her, I would have been like, no way. But here we are. I think Tekla is definitely having a better year than Julia is because I don't think that WWE has given Julia the same free reign as a character to grow that AEW has given Tekla.
Right. Dude, when she made her entrance yesterday and she had she looked like a pro wrestler. Like I was like, this is like when you think of pro wrestling and what it could be and characters and looking badass and having cool music and lights, I felt the vibes when she came out. And that's hard. That is hard to replicate these days in this environment.
Yeah. And this quickly, the fact that it's working with this audience this quickly, and it's not like she was an indie wrestler in America that people are already familiar with. If you were familiar with her from Stardom, that's one thing, but a good amount of this fan base was not familiar with her, and within less than a year, she has all of her stuff over. I think that says all about her, man. Like I will never forget walking around in StarCast and seeing how long her line was already. I see it in our analytics. We only have that one short on our channel with Tekla, and it's one of the most viewed things on our channel. People are constantly coming back to that because, man, it just helps when you stand out.
Yep.
And I think she stands out in a lot of the right ways in this division.
It's hard to do that these days, man. A lot of people you can't teach that, as they say. A lot of people fucking stay up day and night trying to figure out that one little it factor to do it. And Tekla fucking figured it out, dude. She's just awesome. Regardless, like when the bell rings, you're like, she's going to be crazy. She's going to do some amazing stuff. She's going to try to kill this person. And she brought those vibes. Just a really good match all around and really good for both of those women to establish themselves without championships, like I was saying.
Yeah, very glad that we're getting more things like this, non-title things that are going to fit into something moving forward. It wasn't just a non-title match for the sake of, it's building to something else. I think that that's the advancement that this division needs. And Tekla, like I said, this the way she moves in there, the little spider crawl thing she does, and then immediately jumps into the spear. It looks cool every time she does it. Like I said, her facial expressions when she sets up certain moves, so cool. At one point, she was like walking around, like, because the wrestler thing to do is like to walk around and have your arms spread, like, yeah, I'm the man. And she was walking around doing that. She turned around and realized there were people front row flipping her the bird, and she looked and was like, bitch. I was like, all right.
She felt disrespected, and she was disrespected, dog.
Fuck you flipping off.
Bitch.
It was so funny.
Oh, that's hella
but
funny.
yeah, man. Yeah, I love the finish of this match. The fact that, like, yeah, once Jamie hits you with that lariat and comes behind it with the haterade, it's over. It's no more of this. And I think that for what some people will say has become formulaic about this style of wrestling that AEW relies on, I do think sometimes there is a little bit too much of kicking out of finishers or no selling big moves. And I think that that's what made this finish feel so emphatic. It says, yeah, once I hit the haterade, it's over. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Finishes are not, it's a industry wide thing. Finishers are not protected as much as they should be. Yeah. And pay-per-views and PLEs and big shows could enhance that. And exactly right here is like, no, it's when she hits it, it's over. And I think there needs to be more wrestlers that establish and protect their finisher.
Yeah. Jamie Hayter picked up the win. I don't think that this harmed Tekla at all. Afterwards, the other Triangle of Madness members came out, and like you said, Queen Naminata was standing with Jamie Hayter, of course, to set up the upcoming Blood and Guts match. Very much looking forward to that. I think one of the greatest things about this show is how much variety we got, and just how much it emphasized women's and tag team wrestling.
Two things that we've talked about multiple times on this podcast that they need to focus more on and do that. And everyone that needed to shine. The women's division shine, the tag division shine. And there were certain people in these tag matches that shined even more, like we're going to get to in this tag match that came up here next.
Yeah, we got the 500K tag team match. The newly reformed Jurassic Express took on the team of the Young Bucks. The Young Bucks entrance was hilarious.
Yes.
They had the old school ATM screen pop up with insufficient funds, transaction denied, and just keep repeating that over and over. I thought at some point it was going to stop and some music was going to play. Nope, that was just the whole entrance. I thought that was really funny. I love that as heels, the Young Bucks are getting back into the energy around them that we loved coming into this. Like a lot of BTE stuff and the spirit of what they brought to wrestling was missing. And I, as much as I think some of the elite stuff and EVP stuff worked, I think that was definitely missing from some of their heel stuff.
It was like, this makes it feel like classic Young Bucks. Like it feels like the thing that brought them the prominence and the reason that we love them is because they were heels, but they were goofy, and they were heels that let us laugh at them. And like, there's so many heels that are like, I'm fucking cool. You better not laugh at me because I'm cool. And they've leaned into it. One thing I really love about you're right. One thing I really love about this bit, Phil, is they've gotten over this money match, like Tony Khan doing a gazillion money matches on TV. People were on the internet like, why do you keep saying there's money attached to this? Like, we know that the wrestlers aren't going to get 450K or 50,000 or blah, blah, blah. Like, what is this thing? The fact that the Young Bucks have flipped this and been like, no, we actually need money matches because we like money. And they started to bring out cash and establish it that way. And it played into their Titantron and and all that stuff kind of surrounding that, Nick blowing it at the casino. I'm like, the fact that they made this match, which is just a funny kind of tagline, into a real thing is so great and something that the Young Bucks would do.
Yeah, they're so good at wink wink humor like this. And like I said, that's again what I felt like was missing, because of course they couldn't get into specific stuff with the EVP stuff, because you don't want to focus too much on, you know, the CM Punk stuff or the Brawl Out stuff or why they're doing any of this. And, you know, that was part of my issue with it, because if you're not going to go all the way in with it, just don't do it. And so I think the thing that works here is you can play at things like people calling Tony a money mark, and him, of course, using money to get his style of wrestling on TV. And these guys going, well, sure, hey, this guy's giving out money. We need it. I like money. Give us the money. It's so meta and it's so funny. Also, that playing into some of the other matchups that they've had and some of these other big multi-men matches, I think it's been really, really funny. Now, of course, it's a shelf life on it, but I think it's been great. Jurassic Express are extremely popular. It makes you wonder why they waited so long to just reunite this team. Luchasaurus, if you're a day one AEW wrestling fan, you know just how over this guy was in his peak. Bro, when he does that dive to the outside in this match, it felt like the arena shook, bro. That guy was one of the most over wrestlers on the card. I'm not rating it anyway. The crowd got loud. It was crazy.
Yeah, he it was a lot of that. It was like, well, why was this happening? Like, I know there was some stuff with the Christian stuff and how they wanted to tell this story, but it was so confusing as to why they had him as that kind of kill switch, nameless, faceless character who just comes in to chokeslam people. It's like, no, the reason that people got into him in the beginning is because he's a big man that does a bunch of wild shit. He's going to do a moonsault. He's going to flip over the fucking top rope. He does these wild choke slams that flip people inside out. Like, it's not just regular big guy shit. He takes regular big guy moves and enhances them. And when he locked in, like you're saying, and the crowd was behind him, it was like, oh shit, damn, that this is the feeling, the vibes of when this show started. The most glaring thing about this match for me, though, Phil, this boy Jack Perry, rent has never been due for Jack Perry. There's never been a time where somebody's like, hey, where's money at? This guy was working like the rent was due. Like, he was going 1,000 miles per hour at every time. Every spot you saw Jack Perry in, he was working like it was his first and last match. He was working like if he doesn't do a good job, he's going to get fired. Like, I don't know what they put in his coffee that morning, but he was going ham. I know he's been out for a while. Maybe he's just been stewing at home, but the way he was hitting his spots and being in every position and working like, I was like, no, Jack Perry got some extras going on. He's got a point to prove with how he's working in this match.
When you really think about it, he hasn't wrestled this kind of style with like the big flippy moves, the big like high energy crowd pleasing moves. He hasn't done that in about 3 years. And it showed, because the way that the crowd reacted to it, it showed. But also, I felt very vindicated, because I've been telling you guys, I like Jack Perry. I just didn't like what he was doing. And it's partially because I've seen him doing this stuff before. Yes. And I'm just like, listen, I get it, man. We had a little kerfuffle. We got like all of this stuff, and he felt like he needed to play into it. I had been to the point where I was like, dog, enough. Get back to the nostalgia. Get back to what made this guy a fan favorite with this company. I remembered that tag run. I thought Jurassic Express was extremely underrated as a tag team. Right. I thought their tag reign didn't get the credit that it deserved. Like I said, I seen this guy wrestle early on, and I saw why this guy was picked as the guy that was on all the promotional material when they were doing all the press stuff early on. He was out there front and center, and I'm just like, dog, get back to that. get back to doing what this guy does. Like, I get it. Everybody eventually had to have their heel run and establish some depth of the character, bro.
Gotta try it. I see you. I hear you.
Bro, I had been to the point where I'm like, look, if we're not going to evolve this character, if it's just going to stay this, I would rather him just go back to doing what I loved him doing before. And like I said, watching this match, I felt very vindicated because, like you said, he was out there killing it. To your point about Luchasaurus, the thing that makes Luchasaurus so distinct to this company and what AEW does well is it's flipping the notions of what we think we know about wrestling on its head. And as soon as you see this guy, you think, okay, big power-based wrestler. He's going to come out and do stuff like Kane, do the big choke slams and stuff. But then when you actually watch him, it's like, whoa. This is like this big heavyweight that can move like a cruiserweight. Like, you're not going to see that anywhere else. And that's also part of why I feel like he was miscast as a heel, because it's like the thing that he does that makes him unique, you're taking it away.
Right. Yeah. They try to make him into the classic brooding, gigantic second, the guy that comes in. No, that's not what he does. That's not how you get this guy over. You can have people in that position. I don't think that's a dead thing, like a big man that comes in and chokeslams people, fucks people up. But that's not what Luchasaurus represents. Yeah,
and I just don't think that it works as well with this audience.
Exactly.
I think it could have worked for a little while, but it went on for way too long. And just watching him last night, I'm like, bro, nah, this guy is a special kind of over, man. It's like almost comical how over he is, because it just kind of doesn't make sense. He just goes out there and does these big moves, and everybody's like, yeah.
I mean, because it's ridiculous. Like, this guy's in a dinosaur mask. He's a gigantic guy who like trained lucha, and so he can do arm drags and fucking hurricane ranas. And it's like, wait, this isn't supposed to make sense, but he makes it all make sense.
Yeah. Young Bucks have had multiple matches like this year on pay-per-view where they get in there with another established tag team and tear it up. I thought that they tore it down. This is one of the best matches of the night. To no surprise, with just how good the Young Bucks are, I still think that they are low-key / high-key tag team of the year. This was really, really good. Jurassic Express picked up the win with the countdown to extinction. Really good finisher. I think it looks great. I think them doing the countdown is eventually going to get over as well. You just wait. Eventually, the crowd's going to start yelling the countdown with them.
Unfortunately, countdowns in wrestling are one of my least favorite fucking bits. I hate it. When Drew McIntyre started to count down the Claymore, I was like, I fucking hate this. It's stupid. The wrestler can hear you counting down. But I understand because the fans fucking love that shit. And it makes
it's funny. I talked about tonight with somebody. Yeah, but see, I think it makes sense because the literal name of the move is Countdown to Extinction. So for them doing the countdown, I think it worked for them. It never worked with the Claymore because the whole idea of the Claymore is that it's supposed to be this big sudden move. So if you do a countdown, you're preparing people for it. It defeats the purpose of the finisher.
1, 2, 3, here I come. But yeah, it's a little bit different with how Jurassic Express does it. Yes, would also like to we'll also like to say, because I don't know words, Young Bucks are the fucking tag team of the year. Every match that they've had has been either from good to great or amazing or the match of the year. Like the way that they've taken criticism and the way that things have changed and implemented BT segments and doing the stuff that we described here, while still when the bell rings being who I think is the greatest tag team of all time and working and still adding new things to their arsenal and still being absolutely insane and paying tribute to old tag teams that they're in and doing a goddamn gazillion moves and a gazillion kickouts and all the things that you loved about the Young Bucks. They play the perfect foil, the perfect foe, the perfect opponent to people like this. That's why the Swerve and Ospreay match was so great, because when you just have a team that's giving but also is going to do amazing things, they're going to get over on offense and on defense. Like the Young Bucks are who they are for a reason. And when you lock them up in a tag team match like that, it's hard to beat. And like I was saying, tag team wrestling was on display. But the thing I liked about it most is like there was 3 very distinctive tag matches on this, and they all felt completely different.
Yeah, agreed. I think that was the same thing that worked with the women's matches. We had 3 women's matches on the show, but they were all completely different matches.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I really enjoyed this. One of my favorite matches on this show. Then we got the Tornado Trios match to determine the number 1 contender for AEW Trios Championship. I didn't even know that was a stipulation until I just read it now. But the Hurt Syndicate took on the Demand. I saw a lot of people saying, why would you do a big street fight to get another match? Because usually a street fight is supposed to be the thing that ends the feud. But now knowing that that's a stipulation, that's why. Just to set up the team to go for the trios. And just with how hot this crowd was, and I think the crowd started hot with the hot open. But after that tag match, the crowd was louder than it had been throughout the night. And so by the time this trios match started, the crowd was biting on everything. It was up at that point. And I thought, like, I just continue to say, man, for whatever people will say about Hurt Syndicate online and like some of the talk about like politics and stuff, bro, never gets old watching these guys throw people around. It just, I don't care when I see it, it just never gets old. Bobby Lashley is incredible, man. Shelton Benjamin, man. I legitimately think Shelton is one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Like, just, I mean, the suplex spot he did where he suplexed out to the outside and he just stood there and the crowd is reacting and waiting for him to do the dive and he's just standing there soaking it up, dog. It's amazing.
Phil, I was saying this is a 50-year-old man. Like that, this guy that did that incredible toss to Ricochet, tossed him 3 fucking rows to the outside of the ring, bro, into a moonsault, and then hit an over the rope tope con hilo perfectly. And this is a 50-year-old man, you guys, and he's amazing. He looks great. His step up knees that he's hit, that he continues to hit, that always hit perfectly. Insane in this match. Wild stuff going on there. But yeah, like you said, Phil, this Bobby Lashley thing, we're getting to a point where it's like, all right, you guys, we got to do something about this. Because when Bobby Lashley gets into it's up mode and he's running around the ring spearing people and he's spine bustering people and he fucking fires up and the crowd's behind him, it's like, oh yeah, this guy's a fucking world champion. This is a world-class main event wrestler. And I like this Hurt Syndicate shit, especially when they do tornado tags, but this guy needs to be in the main event.
Yeah. When he's running around and just like clotheslining people, hurling people across the ring and just annihilating fools, it's like, look, it's fun seeing him as a part of an ensemble. This guy is a singles wrestler. At the end of this match, when Hurt Syndicate won, and they're all 3 of them are standing in a ring and the crowd is chanting this. I don't know if you guys could see this on TV, but afterwards he goes and he's standing on the other side of the apron and he's hyping the crowd up. You got to give this guy a singles push, man. This guy's a main eventer, bro. Like, just in that moment of seeing it in person, I already knew, but seeing it in person, I'm like, dog, this is a singles wrestler, man.
Yeah, they didn't show that moment that you're talking about on TV.
Yeah. I'm telling you, if you had seen it, you would have been like, nah, dog, get this guy in the world title picture. What are we doing? What are we doing? But yeah, this match was a lot of fun. The Demand are so much fun to watch. Ricochet continues to do just outlandish things. We already know that this guy's a fantastic high flyer, but just the way that he works to the heel is so different. And the way that he's managed to make it different and still crowd pleasing, but still get heat. It's a gift. Not a lot of people do that. And continue to be impressed by Toa Leone as well, man. I think that Toa is fantastic. Matter of fact, I think that he and Khan are 2 guys I would like to see more as a tag team because they're so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, that's what's so exciting about what this show represented and tag team wrestling kind of being on display is like the division is thriving right now. There's so many talented tag teams. And I think these guys, I loved them previously months ago when they were not with Ricochet, but their stock has risen so high being with Ricochet and specifically being locked in this feud with the Hurt Syndicate where it seems like they're in a fucking fight every time that they're in a match with them, but it's made them look like superstars because Toa looks like fucking badass every time he's in there face to face with Lashley, fucking throwing blows. When Khan at the end of this match, when he took Ricochet out and he's like, nah, I'm gonna do this, I was like, nah, this is a bad motherfucker right here. You know what I mean? Like, it just, even in losing to the Hurt Syndicate, they came out of this so much better. And Ricochet, like you're describing, like he's not the flippy guy like you're describing, like he used to be. He's not doing double moonsaults anymore. He's not flying all over the ring, but he's bumping insane. He's striking crazy. His facials are insane. The way that he works heel is so completely different than the way that he works babyface, and it's working out perfectly right now. I want them to heat this guy up enough to get him a world title match because I think a little mini feud with Hangman Page would hit pretty hard with Ricochet on the helm. Send the GOA over to the tag division, let them cook for the championships, and we off to the races here.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, no, all three of these guys' matches together have been heat. None of these matches have disappointed so far. I think it's the best stuff that Hurt Syndicate have done collectively.
Yep.
And it makes sense for them to move on and challenge for the trios belt. What a legend, man. MVP comes out and he gets his spots in there where he gets his moves in. When he sets up for the big for his moves and like his combo that he does, and he gets to the end of it, and the whole crowd's yelling and balling with him. Still hits, man. Still hits every time.
It's super hard too. It feels just as good as the first time. The Hurt Syndicate won this match. They earned themselves a trios championship match, which will be on Wednesday, which means for the first time ever in the history, the big homie Powerhouse Hobbs is going to be in the same fucking ring as Bobby Lashley. And I don't know if you guys know, but this fucking means something.
Bro, if you don't know, Hobbs has been trying to tell y'all this means something. He's been trying to tell y'all he wants this match.
Yes.
Man, this Dynamite card is looking stacked.
It is.
Based on what they've announced already. Yeah, it seems like this is going to be a really strong episode of Dynamite. But yeah, like I said, really enjoyed this match. We got Kyle Fletcher versus Mark Briscoe up next. This is one of those matches where, for as good as it is, I think it suffered from the fact that the outcome was really predictable.
Agreed.
Mark Briscoe went out there and he basically made it known you were going to have to kill him.
Yes.
And yeah, based on the finish of this match, yeah, it was definitely the peoples from walking up the street, stabbing himself in the chest. You best kill me. You best kill me. It definitely had that energy to it, but the match itself was very good. I just think certain stuff towards the end of the match, I think the crowd would have reacted louder if we felt like Mark could realistically win this match. I think the thing that in some ways has harmed wrestling that we watch on a regular basis is that we're all smartened up enough to know this is too soon to take the belt off of Kyle Fletcher. So nobody really believed Mark would win. And I feel like the same thing kind of happened in the match after this, where it's like, okay, we kind of know that Statlander's not losing.
It's kind of the curse of wrestling. It's kind of what drives me crazy because like the unpredictability, like as a whole, is kind of gone. Like to the point, it's really because weekly television, I think, is what ruined it. It's like we have to continue these stories. We have to continue. We have to move on to next week. We have to blah, blah, blah. There can't be unpredictable things because, like Phil's saying, we're thinking about the next match or we're thinking Kyle Fletcher just won. So there's no way he'd be able to lose this or no way that he should lose this. And that might have made people upset if you didn't give Kyle Fletcher a chance. That unpredictability kind of being eliminated has hurt a bunch of matches, and I think it hurts some stories, and it's unfortunate. I did like the story of this match, like you were describing, become Mark Briscoe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, if I'm not going to win this championship, you're still going to have to kill me to get out of here. Like, and Kyle Fletcher, I think that's kind of been his MO. Like through the Ospreay stuff, it was kind of like, I know you guys think this guy's the future. I'm the future though, and I'll kill this fool to take his spot. And that's kind of been what his reign has been. Dustin Rhodes, he was like, oh, you're a casualty to what I am. I'm going to have to kill you to win this championship. Mark Briscoe, the same thing. It's like, dude, you've seen what I've been doing to these people. I throw strikes hard as hell. I'm going to kick you in your mouth so fucking hard all the time, and I'm going to try to end your career. And Mark Briscoe's thing being like, no matter what, I'm going to fight from behind. You could throw me off a building, hit me with the bomb. I'm still going to be here, utilizing the froggy bows as in the inside, the outside, on the apron. That J Driller on the apron was disgusting. There was a lot of really good moments in this. But yeah, I'm exactly where you are, Phil. The people, nobody expected Mark Briscoe to win, and that kind of played a little bit into the ending of it.
Yeah, but still very good match. Kyle Fletcher, like you said, looking at everybody like super hot fire, like, oh, you're a victim. Like, I'm about to get you up out of here. You don't know it yet, but I'm gonna hurt you. You're in my way. Like I'm not trying to wrestle you again. I've had enough of you. I've had enough of these kind of matchups. I had enough of people acting like you're in the same category with me. If I gotta hurt you to make sure that that's not a thing anymore, yeah, I'm gonna dump you on the top of your head, and I'm gonna kick you into oblivion.
Yep. And he's done it to a bunch of people, and he did it to Mark Briscoe here, and it hurt. And all of his offense feels like it's really fucking people up.
Yes. Yeah. I thought the match itself was good just because of just how good Mark Briscoe is as an underdog. Him continuing to kick out of all of these big moves, and his comeback spots hit so much. But that final stretch of the match where Kyle Fletcher was basically like, enough. Get this guy out of here, bro. When he gets into the final stretch of like, oh, he kicked out of that. Okay, enough. Let me kick this guy in his head and let me show you what time it is. I'm about to dump this guy and do this crazy looking brain buster on the top of this turnbuckle. Get him up out of here.
Yeah, enough. Kyle Fletcher is fella funny where he's like, okay, the brain buster didn't work in the middle of the ring. I'm just going to take you up to the top and drop you on it because I'll kill you. I don't care, dude. I want this championship. I want to be the best wrestler here. This is what's happening. His confidence, his charisma, his energy for the last year or so has been on a different level. This guy works like he is the best fucking wrestler in the world and like he can kill everybody, and it shows. And the reign isn't ready to be over. I'm loving what he's doing on Collision and holding that championship, and it's because you're getting matches like this.
Yeah. Even though I'm saying that the outcome was predictable coming out of All Out, and he needed this kind of win after losing to Hangman, I think it did what it was supposed to do for him, that it reestablished just how dangerous this guy is. That not just that this guy is a really good wrestler, that he's a guy we should keep an eye on, but also like it added this edge back to him, like putting him in there with somebody as beloved as Mark Briscoe, who is such a good underdog, and having him beat him in such a definitive way like that. He needed this. He needed this to really establish again, like, nah, all of y'all favorites that y'all keep thinking is gonna get in this ring with me. If I have to, I will hurt this dude. Like, this guy out of here. And not even just if I have to. I'm coming into the match already knowing I'm about to hurt this guy because he's in the way.
Yeah. This guy does a top rope brain buster as his finish, and that's just not normal. It hurts.
Yeah. But yeah, very strong match. The crowd bid on all the false finishes in this match. Like I said, the stuff that the crowd wasn't as loud for, I just think it's because we all expected the outcome.
Right.
But you know, that's a minor gripe when the match is that good.
Agreed. The match was hard, super hard. Let's not take away from that.
Yes. We got Chris Statlander versus Timeless Tony Storm for the AEW Women's Championship. I really like the story of this match. I don't think that it was executed as well as they wanted, and I don't think that it hit. I don't think it hit the highs that it needed to, though.
Yes.
I continue to like the story of Toni Storm being confused about everything happening since she's lost the belt, because her entire time she's been just like, all right, well, I went through all of this to get this belt back with Mariah. And I felt like the entire time I'm going out on my sword. The person that beats me, they are going to have to kill me to take this belt. And I will gladly accept death because it means I achieved my goal. But the fact that it's like, oh, you're not finished with me. But what does that mean? Like, what do I still have left to do if this isn't it for me? And I think that that's a really good story with just the concept of the Timeless Tony character and what she's done for the past 2 years with this character. But I also like Statlander coming out and having the video package that just like plays into her evolution as a character with this company for 5 years. And the fact that she's still trying to find out exactly who this version of Statlander is. I like that she's adding more and more of the alien bits to it. Because I never hated the alien gimmick. I know some people did, but I think it was one of those things that's weird and kooky. It's wrestling. It's one of those things that I love about wrestling. Wrestling isn't like anything else. And so I think like it's nothing wrong with doing something like that and maybe doing like a more refined version of it. Maybe that's what she's attempting now, but I never minded the alien gimmick. So I think it's good. The story of the match itself of Tony trying to go in and initially chain wrestle her, and then Statlander proving every step of the way of I can do everything you can do, but better. And then she's trying to do all the other stuff with her, and then Statlander's like, no, I'm stronger than you. And then she keeps trying to come up one step more. No, I'm faster than you too. I'm more athletic than you. No, like I think Tony at every turn kept trying to go, I'm as good as I've been established to be. I have been a 4-time women's champion and a face of this division for so long for a reason. But you're in there with a woman that has proven every step of the way in this match with you, going head to head with you. No. Beating you was not a fluke. I know you wanted, people want to make it seem like it, that I got this fluky pennant. No. I always was supposed to be here. I was overdue.
Yep. And I love this kind of story that played into the match towards the end of Stat being like, I want it to be definitive. I want it to be, you can't debate this. You can't say you were on your worst day. You can't say, add any excuse to this. I'm going to beat you in the middle of the ring with the submission, make you tap out. Yeah, I think like we talked about a little bit, the outcome kind of played into maybe why fans didn't super get into this, like you're saying. We kind of was like, Stat's new into this. There's no way she should lose this. It's too early. What's the match going to be and how they're going to tell the story? I don't know if people totally connected to what they were telling going into this match of, like you're saying, Tony's into this. I'm still kind of shocked. I don't know what happened, but I would like a rematch and I like to beat that. And Stat just being like, I've been wanting this match. I've been wanting to beat you. It was kind of on some sportsmanship shit, but also like Stat having to prove herself. And I don't know if it hit that intensity level that was going to get behind it. Like I was describing earlier, the Tekla and Jamie Hayter match, even though Queen Amanada was attached to a lot of the Tekla stuff, you still got that. You felt like Tekla and Jamie Hayter are going to tear each other apart. They did a couple of backstage segments where they're fucking beating each other's ass, got to be separated. There's some intensity, some kind of thing. And I don't know if this match ever got to that intensity point. It was a great match, a bunch of great counters. I love the like the submission thing kind of being the glue that was holding the match together. But the crowd was like waiting for the moment that Statlander was going to win. And I think that kind of played into why there wasn't as heat as much as there should have been.
Yeah, I just don't think the match had the heat that he wanted. Especially, it's kind of hard to do this kind of match, and it's a babyface versus babyface match. It's just one upsmanship styles match. That just didn't have it just wasn't set up to have the kind of intensity that you're saying that the other match had, because this match has been built as like this, like, oh, I hate her, like this is a grudge match. This wasn't that. This was Tony trying to establish that I am everything I say I am, but at the same time, Statlander saying you are everything you say you are, but you never faced me one-on-one. And that was the reason why I didn't get this moment years ago. This was delayed. I always knew that I could hang with you. Everybody else just didn't know it yet because it hadn't been established. And like I said, I like that story, but I don't think that I don't think it did what it was supposed to do on this card. And I think it's partially because the card was long. And some of the high notes of this show, the crowd was a little exhausted. So when you get to this kind of style of match, it just doesn't fit the same energy as something like you said that has the intensity of Jamie Hayter versus Tekla, or the big high spots and the big like insane stuff that happened in some of the other matches.
Right, because you follow the tag, the Young Bucks and Jurassic Express, and they were fucking doing everything in the world. There's a million kickouts, there's false finishes, there's jumping, there's flying, all kind of shit. And this match was just kind of two women trying to prove who's the best. And there's nothing wrong with that. They did a lot of good stuff in it, but the crowd is going to maybe take a rest or feel a little bit indifferent about what's going on there. And both ladies worked hard though.
Yeah, I still thought it was a good match. Of course, correct outcome. Statlander picked up a definitive win here over. She attempted the same pinning maneuver that she tried before, the seatbelt. That didn't work this time, but she hit her with her finisher this time and outright beat Tony. Tony rolled out of the ring very dejected. That's when we got big CEO chants, big massive star, Ultimo Monet in the building, fresh off of her win at Arena Mexico, tying Ultimo Dragon's record, 10 titles coming into the show. And so also just broke Jade record for longest reign as TBS champion. Yeah, I think she had a lot going for her in terms of star power coming into this match. If you know, if you've been looking at all of this stuff online, or if you actually saw the match for Persephone, for her to come straight into this match with the same gear, the same energy of just like, oh, y'all finished with y'all chip and dip commercial. I'm a real star. Get this out of here. Like, it's my turn to wrestle now. Y'all done? And listen, I'm never gonna be mad at that kind of energy, like especially with what Mercedes represents. I thought that hit. The match itself. The problem when you come in straight away and you do the open challenge thing and you set this up where, okay, any champion from anywhere, I want them to step up. Okay. When she said any champion, I said, all right, it's either going to be Shuri, it's going to be this big surprise, or it's just going to be Mina. And I think I tweeted that it's either Shuri, it's just going to be Mina. And so when it was happening and Mina's music hit, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Now, story-wise, that makes all the sense in the world. Coming into this year, Wrestle Dynasty, Mina versus Mercedes. You already had this match set up, champion versus champion. Mina has not beat Mercedes yet. She's been in multiple scenarios with Mercedes. She has not gotten over the hump yet. She has not gotten this win. So if anybody wanted to step up to the table, not just because she's had all the matches with her this year and she hasn't been able to get over the hump, but coming into this year, that was always Mina's dream opponent. She had been saying for the longest, I want this match. When I come to America, that's who I want to wrestle. So it made all the sense for it to be Mina. I don't think that fit the hype that you were setting up here. And this interim Ring of Honor television title thing was a complete and utter flop. It was it made no sense.
Yep.
You set this up after a very, very good match on a Ring of Honor pay-per-view where Mina won. And afterwards, Red Velvet came out to set up an eventual match between them.
We're red.
Which is now never gonna happen. The second Mina becomes interim Ring of Honor television champion, you put her in a match with Athena where she loses. Okay. Now you're putting her in there with another champion and she loses. Why did we do any of that? What did this actually do for Mina? I mean, you can say character wise, what what this has done for me, because it sets up the stuff for the tag team stuff that we'll talk about in a second. You can say that, all right, this sets up some stuff with her and Mercedes to eventually get a rematch. But as a champion and for that television belt, what does this actually do? If you were going to do this, why didn't you just have Red Velvet vacate the belt? Like, I don't see what this has really done for either of them, Mina or Red Velvet.
Yeah, the interim title really muddied things up heavily. Cause like in the back of my mind, that's what I was thinking the whole match. I'm like, so Mercedes is gonna win that interim belt that isn't even like Tony Khan has said before that interim belts aren't really the vibe. He just kind of does them because of blah blah blah. So why is Mercedes winning that here? I didn't really understand what was going on. One, when Mina came out, I was like, I think Mina actually is going to beat Mercedes for this TBS championship. Brother, was I wrong? Mercedes ended up winning an interim belt. I don't really understand why. And so people were like, I've seen some people jumping out the window with some very egregious takes, like Mercedes is going to be on Mercedes is going to be on Ring of Honor. She's not going to be on Ring of Honor. Does this mean that Ring of Honor is going to get a TV deal? Yeah, I don't think that's exactly what this is at all. I think they just needed something, an angle, Mercedes to get another belt, and the Ring of Honor one. They didn't want her to beat Athena, so they had her beat Mina here just to add something on to that. Yeah, a little bit confusing. I like the match though a lot. I think Mina and Mercedes have great chemistry together. There's a reason that they keep pairing them up. There's a reason that they keep meeting in these matches. Mina has an extra step, an extra something when she's in there with Mercedes. Like you said, that's her dream match, and you could see it when she's in the action. She has an extra pep in her step when she's out there. Mercedes is on a run right now. The Persephone match was awesome. I think the way that she was working heel, pouring the water on Persephone's mom, like all that tremendous work, and she brought that same thing into this match. She kind of punked out Stat. How did you feel about that part, Phil? Because some people were like, I can't believe she came and punked out Stat. Why Stat didn't say nothing? Why blah, blah, blah. But for Stat's character, Stat has always shown that she like this. She wouldn't attack or fight somebody before their match. That doesn't go along with the character of what Chris Statlander represents. People are like, why did they just come in there and let her disrespect her like that? Stat's going to go, let you have your match, let you have your moment. And you see that she came immediately after the match.
The outcome and the match itself, I don't have a problem with. It's just the interim stuff and what this actually did for me that I don't like. And I think the most bogus thing about this is you set up this idea of a match with Red Velvet to settle this and make a lineal champion that is now never going to happen. So it now makes me feel like, okay, well, again, what was even the point of that? Like, yeah, I didn't like that aspect of it. The stuff with Mercedes, I'm fine with, because you're setting up the cracks in the surface here. Yeah, she is a big star. Yes, she is one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Yes, she is everything she says she is and more. But we've seen a little bit more and more since she beat Tony. The desperation. I'm going other places to win belts. I'm going there to wrestle people you guys don't know. But every time it's time for the big match, for me to wrestle for the world championship for this company, and people that have been, sharpened iron against iron in this company, is a different match. And that's why I didn't mind it. I think she came in trying to big business everybody in this match, Tony and Statlander. You see, he still has not. I think that's very telling. She came out there, and after Statlander won and was popping fly, but she didn't do any of that when Tony was just in there, because that loss to Tony still means something.
Yes.
And I think the whole idea of winning this match and winning an interim belt, still running around with the Owen belt, even though it's not a real championship, is just a prop. It's the same thing with this belt. It's this lineal belt, this interim belt. It's not a real belt. It's just a prop. You're just trying to pad your stats to go, I'm the greatest, but you still ain't won the big one here. You haven't beat Tony. And I think this is setting it up for her to lose to Statlander, because I think the point is going to be continued to be put across. You got to step it up to a different level to win this belt. You can't just show up and think, oh, because I'm the biggest star here, that's going to be the thing. Hey, we already know that. But when the bell rings, it's different. It's a different level of desperation because I need this belt if you're Tony to validate who I am. And I think for Statlander, somebody that's been waiting for this moment for 5 years now to get to this. No, you're not just going to come in here and beat me and add this belt to your collection.
Yeah, I thought that's a really good storytelling element too of Mercedes being so scared of Tony that she wouldn't even look her way. When she was after she lost to Tony, she was like, I'm not going to be out there when she's around. We're not in the same spaces. Don't mention her name next to mine. Like, she was lost. Soon as Statlander won the belt, she was like, hey, what's up with that belt, though? Like, we've had matches before. I didn't beat you.
And,
let's get in here.
And not just that, hasn't mentioned that world title since she lost to Tony. But now that it's on somebody that I beat twice, oh, hey, what's up with that belt?
I like it. It's a great storytelling bit. She's like, look, we've had matches before and I beat you in both of them. So let's do it again.
Yeah, I got your number. We're going into Full Gear where I beat you before. Yeah, now I'm feeling real confident. And like I said, I like that aspect of it. The match itself I thought was very good. Like you said, Mina brings a different energy to her matches with Mercedes. I think Mina, like Tekla, has brought a different energy to this AEW run altogether, though. I think she's been wrestling some of her best matches this year.
Yes.
I thought this match in terms of like the holds and like that big like the plancha she does, where she does like the corkscrew plancha she does. It looks good. I thought she did a lot here to put across like how much it meant to her to beat Mercedes. Like you could feel the desperation and a lot of stuff she was trying to do to prove herself against Mercedes. And then Mercedes just cheated to beat her, which I think is supposed to play into this. At some point, Mina is going to get a rematch and Mina is going to beat her. I don't know when, but I do feel like that's going to happen. I just don't feel like it was going to happen here. But I also think that that's what harmed the interim title thing. I think you should have pushed that match out if you weren't going to settle the interim title situation first.
I mean, where's Red though? Is this going to lead to Mercedes and Red? I do like that.
I would assume that's eventually going to happen, but everything that happened here, her coming out and trying to puck Statlander, and Statlander came back after the match and was like, nah, this ain't over, to set up the match at Full Gear. I think that immediately sets up a big match for the women going into Full Gear, because we already know how these two women give it up. They've had two of the best AEW Women's Championship matches ever.
Yeah. And
so now it's different stakes. This is for the world title. And like I said, I do think Statlander is going to win. I think Statlander is going to win. I think it's going to continue to push this idea that people are not noticing that Mercedes, for all of this stuff she's doing, going to Mexico, coming out to the Selena record, and continuing to show you guys, look, I'm a big star. You can see more and more. There's little bits of signs of insecurity there that I think are smart. I still think they've got to really settle in and give her like the big major storyline to sink her teeth into, but I do think they've subtly done some really good character stuff with her.
And I hope that that's what this is. Like, I hope that her and
I wonder
get to flesh this out and tell the story on TV, you know?
Yeah. I think it's a good sign that they're already setting up the match weeks before we get to Full Gear. I wonder what is the status with Red Velvet. I felt dumb after I asked my question at the scrum, and I was like, oh, I should ask what is Red's status. But at that point, then I couldn't get another question in, and nobody else asked. So,
yeah, where's Red? I haven't seen her. But really thought we were leading to this match, and that's where we were going, but I guess not.
Yeah, she did tweet after the match. Everybody's doing the big eye emoji thing, so she did tweet some eye emojis, and she did make some inclinations of a matchup going after this. But yeah, I don't think that this helped Ring of Honor. I don't think that this helped that situation with the television title. I just think that this whole interim reign was ended up being kind of pointless for me.
And it didn't give me, I wasn't like, oh, Ring of Honor is going to thrive off of this. Mercedes is coming to save the company, like some people for some reason started thinking of.
I did not come away thinking that. Yeah. I think the segment we got with Mina and Tony was good because, of course, that's going to set up them, what I would assume, teaming up to be a part of the tag team bracket, because they have the moment of them coming backstage. If we've lost everything, but we still have each other. I think that's smart. I don't think they're going to win the tag belts, but at least that sets them up to be a factor in the big tournament moving forward.
Yeah, I think that having them in the tournament and one of these tag teams potentially getting a big win against them is going to be worth more than them winning the belts.
Yes. Up next, we got Bro Dito versus the Don Callis family. I won't spend this entire time gushing over just how unreal Bandito is, but I don't understand where this man came from, how he's able to do some of the things we've seen him do. It is really insane. Just a phenomenal wrestler. But at some point, people were talking about what has this signing done for Okada, and like Okada's a character and all these other things. Okada's another guy like Mercedes. When he shows up next to some of the other people here, you get an idea of who this guy is and why he was signed. Buddy, it looked even better when I saw it in the stream, but being in the arena after all these other entrances are happening and that single spotlight came down on him in the middle of the arc and he stood out in all the, I was like, dog, this guy right here is different. Yeah. He's different than everybody else. Like one of the coolest entrances of the night, like seeing it on the stream and how the camera like spun around him with the spotlight on him. Dog, this guy is just, and then he goes out there and wrestles like that. Like,
yeah, when there's still people on the timeline that slander Okada that are like, he's wasted his time, he's blah, blah, blah. And then you see him when he's on display and going 100 and doing bits, and you're like, that's Okada, though. He's still one of the best wrestlers of all time. Like in this match, when he caught Bandito with that drop kick out of nowhere, it's like, oh, yeah. That's him. It's Okada. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah. To catch the coming out for the first time in front of the AEW crowd with the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship, got the reaction that I thought. But then, like I said, Okada came up behind him, and it was like, oh, that guy is different. That guy's that guy's aura is different than anybody else around here. Not just anybody else in this match. Anybody else in general. Like that guy is different. But this match was amazing. For me, match of the night. I mean, Bro Dito has been so fun to watch together. As much as I'm sitting here saying Bandito is like this amazing wrestler, he comes out there, does his kip up. He did that handstand where he like slowly pulled himself back up, and
that was a breakdancing move.
Bro, just like unreal. But at the same time, there were so many moments in this match where I was so happy for Brody to see him in there with the level of wrestlers and hanging with these guys, hanging with somebody as good as Okada and Takeshita, and being able to go back and forth and do these big strikes with them, and having the big cannonball sentons in the corner, and like the way that the crowd was reacting every time he would get a big moment. I think that's just such a good sign for he is. I mean, this was a guy at one point that was taking part in almost every tournament you want to name with this company, and he kept losing. And I think it means a lot that he did finally get a tournament win this way, even though it was in dubious fashion. He did get a tournament win this year, and then got such a great run with Bandito. At every turn where we keep expecting them to lose, they somehow keep pulling out these wins on pay-per-views. And it's really crazy to watch. I think it's hard to get one of these kind of teams, these Frankenstein tag teams, to do what they're doing, because we just talked about it, like how A lot of us as wrestling fans think we can predict all of this stuff. And so at every turn, we keep going, oh, they're going to lose here. Like, they're going to lose here. And they keep somehow winning. And I think it adds to just how fun they are to watch.
Yeah, I talked earlier about the homie Jack Perry and him going 1,000 miles per hour was great. He had an amazing showing. The MVP of this show and the MVP of the last like 5 major shows, fucking Bandito. Like you said, Phil, I don't know where this guy came from. I don't know what he did on his time off. I don't know what kind of supplements he be taking. I don't know what kind of wrestling he be watching to prepare for this, but he's a different breed of human. Some of the things that he does, like we were talking about Takeshita earlier in his Zack Sabre Jr. match and working with one arm, Bandito is working with one arm here and still doing working one arm better than guys with 2 arms, working one arm better than your favorite wrestler. I can't believe some of the feats he does. Some of his German suplexes are insane. When he turns up and he starts going 1,000 miles per hour and he's flipping everywhere and he's doing all these things, like, this guy is, we talk about AEW World Championship. They're going to have to factor this guy in. Like, I know that they just think he's just another guy. Yeah. This is not just another guy. Like, Bandito is fucking, I don't know what he did or where he came from, but he's representing something different. He's exciting. His spots are crazy. He hits stuff perfectly. Like, this guy is different.
Yeah. Unreal. Just the crazy stuff that he can do, the feats of strength, like the core strength, like the high flying stuff he does, and still does like incredible strikes, and has managed to get the Magarena over in 2025. Like, this guy is just otherworldly, man.
I didn't think that the Macarena was going to be a bit that he was going to factor into how he does this, but look at this. That spinning back fist that he hit on Takeshita and knocked his head off. It's like, what? When them two guys are in there together, Phil, we saw an amazing match from them already this year. But when their moments again in here, it was like, oh yeah, I want to see it again, I think.
Yeah, this was so good. The level of talent in it, I think we'd expected it to be good. But like I said, to me, this was match of the night. Great atmosphere for it. The crowd was biting on everything that they did. All of the big moves were getting loud reactions. And I think that made the match even better. Like I said, we get an idea in this match of how big of a star Okada is, but just how he wrestles, just how everything has an intent to it. Just like I said before, this guy will wait every time for you to make a mistake, which ironically was his undoing in this match. I thought that was a great touch as well. But he does it every time. He'll wait for you to make a mistake and he'll pull this move out of nowhere. Some of the drop kicks he hit in this match and some of the moments where he looked to capitalize, you just know just how dangerous this guy is. The second he gets a chance, like there was points towards the end where he was trying to lock in the Rainmaker, and I was just like, oh, that might be it. Like, because once that guy starts smelling blood, it's different. But like you said, Bandito is Bandito. Like I said, really happy for the reaction that Brody continues to get, just how well he looked in this match, how well he performed in this match. But of course, the big story here is the tension between Konosuke Takeshita and Kazuchika Okada that played out several times throughout this match, where they did work well together, but they kept getting spots where they would just end up just missing, running into each other, and then they started each other a little bit too long to go, hey man, what's your problem? But let's keep going. Just keep going. I loved when Okada came out and he saw Takeshita with the belt for the first time. If you could see someone mentally sucking their teeth, that's what I thought. You can see hey man, what are you doing with that?
Like he was like, that's my belt, I think. I don't know why this fool's carrying it and why we're on a team together, but I don't like this fool.
Yeah, and I love what that represents, not just for Okada as a heel, but him looking at what I did for that company for the last year. That's what they doing over there. Yeah. almost like you had an ex and you know what it was like when you were with her, and then you look around and that's who they're with. Like they with this guy? That guy?
This the guy? You settled down with this guy? This is how you transitioned after me? This is the fool?
Yeah. Yeah, I think all of his reactions to that were perfect. The moment that we kept waiting for, because I knew something was going to happen. And I'm surprised we didn't get the full turn, but it's coming. It's coming. The full turn on Don Callis family is happening, and Takeshita is going to eventually turn babyface. But yeah, Okada accidentally hitting Takeshita with the Rainmaker was perfect. He did. Again, the thing that's great about him now is we know all of this. And so he didn't even have to say a word. He just was like, and it was like I can hear in my head him saying, "I'm so sorry."
It was the same exact reaction. It was the same exact reaction he had to accidentally turn the TV off. He was like, "Oh, wrong button."
Wrong button, yeah. I'm so sorry. And then the camera zoomed in and he's got this big smile on his face, watching him on the ground like, "Oh, I hit you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. You all right? Get up. People get here every day. Get up."
I loved it.
Yeah, that was great, which played into the downfall of the Don Callis family. That played into Brodito eventually getting the upper hand. Bandito hit a one-arm 21 plex. Bandito pinned Kazuchika Okada, guys. Whew. In a year where we talked about, like, I almost feel like you guys got to retroactively go back and change your list now, because that guy pinned Kazuchika Okada in 2025.
He did.
There's no world where this guy is not either 1 or 2 in the conversation of Wrestler of the Year. There's no world where that's not true. Like,
not one.
That, I mean, not just that he pinned Okada, but just the way he looked in this match, the way he's looked everywhere he's shown up in Mexico, Ring of Honor. I don't care. This guy's been killing it. This is a massive win for him. That's setting up the unified title match for this week's episode of Dynamite, where he is going to face Kazuchika Okada one-on-one. Very much looking forward to that match. There's no way that match is not going to be heat. Like, there's no way. But yeah, this was perfectly executed story-wise. All of the big moments in this match did exactly what they were supposed to. Brodito's Cinderella story still feels fresh and new. I think it works because, like I said before, everything feels so predictable, but it's hard to predict where this is actually going to end for them, who's actually going to beat them. And we've established in this show that the tag division is back. There's so many tag teams that can come for them now. FDR eventually could come. The Young Bucks. There's so many different angles that they got to look at. And I'm excited. I'm excited for what this means for the remainder of the year for this tag division.
Yeah, I love the story that played out in this. Like, predictions were, we felt like Bandito was going to get the victory over Okada. So for that to be executed was great. I didn't know that they were going to go immediately into a unified title match, but that's great. I talked about how Dynamite needs more singles main event matches with some stakes. That's a singles main event match with some stakes. 2 of the best wrestlers in the world. That should mean a lot. And yeah, I want to just reiterate what Phil was saying. Brody King has came out of this looking like a massive star. Every bit, the abolished ice shirts, what was attached to that, coming on with Bandito and doing this amazing run, having these great matches, cooking in Mexico with Bandito. I think it's all been amazing. And he's really taken everything in stride and gotten better as a pro wrestler. Like, I'm loving everything about him being attached to this. He was so great in the bits that, like you were describing, he was in there with Takeshita and Okada fucking striking and chopping and fighting them. Like, it's like he's also everybody in this match. Like, it's great to see tag team. Like, Brodito's insane, amazing. But like, I want to see both those guys as single stars so much also that it's like the future is going to be great too. But I'm loving what they're doing right now, and they've helped the tag division so much. I'm excited about the future of the tag division, honestly.
Yes. Yeah. Brody, at this point, I just feel like it's inevitable his inevitable singles run is gonna hit. I honestly feel like it's kind of overdue.
Well, we forgot something about speaking of, I kind of want to go back a little bit. Jurassic Express and the Young Bucks, after the match was over, Phil, that fucking pop for Kenny Omega, oh my fucking God. That shit was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's Kenny Omega. I think people want Kenny to be okay. They want him to be healthy enough to go and have the big one-on-one matches. And I think it just felt good with seeing Kota Ibushi go down to see Kenny.
Damn Kota. Damn Kenny. Kenny is definitely in his 03 Triple H phase right now with his look. So good to him.
Yeah, but man, fantastic tag match. That got us to the AEW World Championship. Hangman Adam Page took on Samoa Joe. I've enjoyed a lot of this build. I don't think it's been a perfect build, but I think it did what it was supposed to do, and I very much was not surprised by the aftermath of it with what has been being set up for the past few weeks. Because Samoa Joe's whole thing has been, hey, you're a paper champ, man. Like, yeah, you're champion, but you're only champion because I helped you win that belt. You're only champion because other people had to step in and help you. And it's kind of the same idea as the Tony and Statlander match, where Hangman is looking around like, no, I had to go through a lot over 5 years to be here. I had to prove at every chance that I am worthy of holding this belt. You don't get to just come in here and act like I don't deserve it. Once we get in this ring and the bell rings, I'm going to show you. And Hangman did show this man, because Joe was hitting him with all the greatest hits. He was looking every bit as good as we know him to be. But Hangman just hit a different gear, and Joe could not keep up. It couldn't have been any more clear in the final stretch of that match. Like, Joe still can cinch in the coquina clutch and take you up out of here. But Hangman is young, he's hungry, and it's just different. It's different. Yeah. Hangman is also one of the few people, like when I was talking about the countdown to extinction, that he's done it a few times now, where once he signals to the crowd that he's getting ready to do the buckshot lariat, that reaction, just watching an entire crowd stand up when he does that, it's crazy. It's crazy. He still feels like the main character. He still feels like the world champion. And I think that is much needed with just how long this show is and just how much variety is there. When you get to his match, it still feels like, oh, he's the guy.
Yes. It feels like a main event,
especially concept on a card with the Yeah, especially on a card with the guys we've already talked about. Somebody as good as Bandito and Kazuchika Okada and some of these other names. It still feels like when you get to the Hangman match, Hangman still feels like the guy.
Definitely. I think that, like you said, the build wasn't the greatest, but I think that they told enough story to get people invested. That in-ring promo that they had a few weeks ago on Dynamite, where Samoa Joe kind of gave up that I think you're a paper champion, you needed our help, the only reason that you're the champ is because the ops helped you out, was a really good setup in this match. I do in that promo, Hangman Adam Page kind of gave up the story of what this match is going to be. He's like, Joe, I know what you're going to do. You're going to come in fire. You're going to come in throwing everything at me. It's going to be tough for a lot of this match. He's all, but I'm going to do what I've been doing. I'm going to do what I did to win this AEW World Championship. I'm going to weather the storm, and then I'm going to fucking fire back at you so hard that you're not going to be able to do it. And that's exactly what it was. Him being like, just kind of letting Samoa Joe wear himself out, essentially. He kept teasing the big moonsault, and Joe would have to run out of there, run to a different place, slide into the ring. He had Samoa Joe on his he was on his wheels the whole time, just kind of keep moving, trying to get out of the place, like you're saying. And I think it played into that strategy of Hangman Adam Page, wearing him down. The fact that he had to use 3 buckshot lariats to finish Samoa Joe also, though, told a really good story. And I like the match a lot. I think it established Samoa Joe and where he needs to be. But like I was saying earlier, I think the aftermath of what happened even enhanced the match even more.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would have been easy for you to get to that spot where he hits the 3 buckshots and feel like, okay, this diminishes the buckshot as a finisher. But I don't think it did, because he's trying to shrug them all off. He shrugs off 2 of them, and he's like punch drunk. He's trying to still stand up. By the time he hits the 3rd one, and like I said, Hangman is like, wrap it up. It's over. It's like everybody knows it but Joe. And so when he does hit it, it's like, it's over. And I thought that was a great finish for what it was. I thought the aftermath was great, because the whole time the other ops guys come out there, help Joe up. He has not turned around and looked at Hangman the entire time. We all knew that he was going to try and go, all right, I've earned your respect now because I beat you, because that's what he's been saying the whole time. When I beat you, you're going to have to admit I'm the guy. I'm the fucking champion. And so when he came to shake his hand, I was like, oh, Joe not going to like that. and it's not even that that Hangman's not right, that he should have earned his respect. It's just kind of like Joe is like, who the fuck is you to do that to me? I don't have to shake your hand in front of all these people. Who are you?
Exactly. It's just that how Joe keeps feeling disrespected, how Hangman moves. Like, Hangman's like being valiant. He's being a hero. He's like, this is what people in my position do. Like, you talked a lot of shit and you brought the fight to me, but at the end, it's all about respect. It's all about me just being the champion. And Samoa Joe's like, I don't care about none of that shit, dog. I'm trying to win this belt. And I love the kind of story of thinking that, because when initially Samoa Joe got mad at Hangman after that match, and Hobbs is trying to calm him down, I could still see Samoa Joe being like, you're trying to calm me down for this fool though? Like, why are you getting in between me and him? Like, what does he have over you? Like, what do you even care about how this fool moving? I could even see Hobbs being like, okay, like, I knew the wheels are turning in his head of like, you're actually right. Like, why are we doing this? Like, because we kind of want this to be ours. And that's kind of what the vibes were after.
I don't know that this is intentional, but I do think that there's a nice little piece of meta commentary here about the criticism of Hangman at one point was that he doesn't give it up to OGs. He doesn't feel like he has to respect their advice. He doesn't have to play into traditions and all these other things. And I think that there's energy to this of Joe being like, I'm your OG. I helped you win that belt. So the thing you should be doing is just giving me my match and giving me that belt. You had your little moment. You got your win over Mox at the pay-per-view. This is me. I'm your OG.
Mm-hmm.
And at every turn, Hangman keep looking around like, I ain't gotta respect all of that. I'm the champion. You gotta respect me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I don't know that that's intentional. Don't quote me, but it does kind of have that same feel to it of all of these old guys act like because you've just been doing this for years and you got a name, I got to respect you, but you don't have to respect me and what I'm doing.
And that plays again into what Hobbs' story too, because every time you listen to Hobbs, when he talks on interviews, always giving it up to OGs. He's like, Joe, people in the back, these are the people that helped me come up. Like, he has a tale of OGs really helping him excel. And so for him to be like, no, I don't like the way this will Hangman moving. He's the champion and he's moving like that. He thinks being champion takes precedence over being a veteran, and that's not how the wrestling business is supposed to go. So I see, and then Shibata too, because Shibata's about traditions. Shibata's about especially giving it up to your OGs. And if you're gonna walk around like you're better than everybody, we're gonna
dojo guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shibata being a dojo guy and being like an OG in the setting that he was, trained a bunch of the guys in the LA dojo, and we've seen the stories coming out of LA dojo and how he felt disrespected at certain things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Good story.
Like I said, I could be reading too much into it, but the signs are there. The signs are there. I thought that this was good for what it was. I think at this spot in the card, it was risky to not putting on as the main event, but I don't think anything was going to get a louder response than the surprise we got at the end of the main event. So I thought it worked out for what it was, and especially with some of the stuff that played into the main event. I thought it was fine with where it sat. And it didn't feel like it was less than for the spot on the card either.
Right. Yeah, because at first it was like, well, they're not putting the world title in the main event. That must mean they're gonna do something wild. But you don't want to follow up what they did with like just a regular one-on-one singles world title match. It felt weird. I think this was the right place for it on this card.
Yes. Main event, Darby Allin took on Jon Moxley in an I Quit match. Coming into this match, I was very concerned about both of these guys, knowing Darby and how crazy Darby is. But I also wasn't sure how you were going to put this match together in St. Louis because the Missouri State Commission doesn't allow blood, and they don't allow certain things that you'd expect to happen in these kind of big stipulation hardcore matches. So I was like, how is this going to work? Turns out these guys are going to do a bunch of inventive ways to punish you, to basically torture each other. Moxley basically acting like a terrorist in this match and doing like traditional torture things here, like doing basically using the skewers like bamboo shoots. I was just like, no, stop.
Didn't like it. Don't like no part of it. Was very disgusting. Yeah, Jon Moxley turned into like the Saw dude. Like he's like, cut your leg off before I'm like, this is nasty, dog. You putting skewers underneath his fucking fingernails. Like when he brought him out, I was like, oh, skewers in the head. We've seen that before. That should be something. Nope, that's not where they going. They had to go a different way. I didn't even know the athletic commission thing was a thing, but now it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because the second he pulled the skewers out, because we've seen Mox in enough matches where the skewers came into play. I'm like, well, what are you going to do with those? You can't bust them open. You can't puncture them with those. So it was an inventive way to get around that and use the skewers, but I don't need to see it ever again.
I don't want to see it.
I don't need to see it ever again. That also played into the whole fishbowl spot and him trying to basically waterboard this guy without a towel and everything. I was like, I think we've seen enough. I think he can just quit. I love like just the dynamic of Darby of being this guy that's just like, I don't care what you do to me. This company means more to me than anybody else. And it doesn't matter if you try to fucking burn me alive, you try to hit me with a car, you try to throw me down some stairs, I'm just going to keep coming back. And he did that multiple times throughout this thing, bro. When Claudio got in there and heaved that guy out of the ring across the tables, I was like, it's okay, dog. You can just say I quit. It's enough.
We saw a human man's body flung across the goddamn arena onto an announce table. I was like, that's about the safest, best case scenario Darby could have landed on it, but he's still being violently thrown to the outside of the ring with no cares in the world, no nothing. Then Pat gets up, drags his dead body to the other side of the ring, and Moxley essentially brainbusters him to the floor. Like he hit the table, but like he hit
through two tables.
They're very disgusting stuff.
Yeah, there is no way to brace yourself for being thrown out of the ring like that.
No.
There's such a danger. Like that could have gone so wrong. I was just like, it's all right, man. It's all right. It's all right, Darby. You could just say I quit. But yeah, they are just out there giving it to this guy. They are beating him up, like doing everything but setting him on fire. I died laughing at one point when Darby comes out with the lighter fluid, sprays it in Mox's face, and starts spraying it all over him, dousing him with it. And then the Death Riders come out, and then he starts spraying him in the face with mace. And eventually they subdue him, get the lighter fluid away from him so he can't set them on fire. But then Mox starts like using a towel to wipe himself off. And I was like, I don't think that's how lighter fluid works. I don't think you could just wipe lighter fluid off, and that negates the fact that it's still flammable. It's not water. You can't just wipe it off like it's water. No, this is still a flammable substance that's on you.
Yeah, bro said, throw me that white towel, man. I'll just like get my shoulders and my arms and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Then that led to him grabbing the taser that Darby Allin had in his thing. And I'm like, all right, I see what's going on here. This is going too far. This is too much. We surpassed pro wrestling. We're now into disgusting BDSM or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Pile driver finisher. You taking the towel and spreading it. That isn't helping. That's making it worse.
He's putting it more over his body.
Flammable. You're making it worse. Like that. You wiping yourself with this towel. It's not helping you.
Mm-hmm. Very silly.
But yeah, very, very insane match. Very dangerous spots throughout this thing. This setup. Sting also, I laughed at him very hard because all these things are happening to him. Like I said, they're torturing this guy, slamming him on his head, throwing him across the ring and all these things. Like I said, basically waterboarding him. And then after this, finally Sting pops up out of the dark with his bat up pointing at people. I'm like, bro, why didn't you come help him a long time ago? You watched this guy get thrown out of the ring and you didn't go, hey, enough. Let me go help my friend. This guy is using your crows and his entrance and all this other stuff. He's saying all this time, man, Sting is my hero. You just let this guy get tortured. He's not helping him at all. He finally comes out there pointing the bat while he's like struggling to breathe. His makeup has been washed all off his face, and he's done it. Oh, thanks, Sting. I'm glad you finally came.
Sting threw this dude a bat and left.
But that's what made it funny as well. He's like fighting everybody off, hitting them, and then he's just like, "Here, kid, here's this bat. I know I've just been watching you get tortured backstage. Here's this bat. This bat will help you out. See you later, pal."
Sting came out and did his part with his white hair. He's like, "Look, I'm gonna do my bits. Take this bat and get the fuck out. I'm gonna break down this little fish tank, and then it'll be chill. You'll be out of here."
That too. He smashes the fish tank, so they can't keep using that to torture him, which played into the end. I don't know if people saw it, but I think Mox got clipped by the side of the shard that's sticking up because his arm was bleeding really bad. I think so I think he got clipped by it when Darby hit the big he hit the big finisher to set up the coffin drop. Mm-hmm. And if something happened, I think he clipped the side of that fish tank because, like I said, his arm was bleeding pretty bad.
Oh shit, dangerous that shit. Yeah, a lot of people were like, they hated the fin. Like immediately in our chat, people didn't factor in that he was in glass. Like that was the part of Sting breaking up the thing and Darby hitting it too. It's like, oh, he's gonna put him in the Scorpion Deathlock in glass, and that plays into Jon Moxley being tortured. But people are just like, he lost to a Scorpion Deathlock, and I'm like, all right, you guys.
No, he got dragged throughout the glass, and then I don't care how many times we see it. It is never not funny watching Mox do his big strangulation cell that he does.
Yeah,
where he's just like clawing for life and like, oh, let me go. It's funny every time he does it, man.
Because he turned into a completely different person. It's always so funny. Like he's like a badass. He's like every time, 99% of the time we see him, he's like this badass fool. He's menacing. He does these promos. But then as soon as he starts getting choked, he like turns into like the most helpless person in the world.
Yeah. I think this match is going to get the mileage with the kind of people that like this stuff. I could very much see someone not liking this match, though.
Yeah. Totally.
I'm still on the fence with it. I think they found a good way to get around the Missouri State Athletic Commission. I don't know if it necessarily worked. I think it did what it was supposed to do for Darby. I don't know where you're going to go with Darby from here.
Is this still
But
leading?
I think you needed a way to close this loop.
Is this still leading to an? You think this is leading to blood and guts with Death Riders and Darby's on the other side?
Maybe. I personally wouldn't like that, but I think there's a good chance we are getting a blood and guts match, especially now that we have more than one heel faction.
Mm-hmm. Don Callis family could also be the other side too. Yeah, that's true.
And Ops. The Ops are in play. The Ops are heels now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think part of the reason the Ops turned is that because that's going to play into blood and guts. I personally think they should just do one blood and guts match. I think they should just let the women have the blood and guts match this year. I don't think they should do 2 blood and guts matches, but I could definitely see that happening.
Because like the women feels like the story's been told to get to the blood and guts match, and I don't think it's mostly been Darby versus the Death Riders. Like he don't even have no friends. Like who's gonna be in there? Like they're gonna have to like create some things, and it'll be fine. And people like blood and guts, but I would like it better if they just did the women's match. I don't think they will though.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I wasn't the biggest fan of everything in the main event. I think it served its purpose. I can again understand people that may not like this or feel like the finish was flat. It was just so hard to. It would have been so hard to do something that looks crazier than all the rest of the stuff that was done to Darby throughout this match. But I also think that's kind of the point, that Darby was really true to his word of, you are going to have to do any and everything to make me quit. You don't have enough in your arsenal to make me quit. Meanwhile, that's what Mox was telling him in the segment Wednesday, like, you ain't have enough to make me quit. And he just made him quit with a basic strangulation move. So basically, Mox, for everything he's been saying all this time, was selling wolf tickets, which is the point.
Yep. He's a heel.
Yeah. He's a big hypocrite. And I do think that's going to play into the rest of the Death Riders turning on him, because I do think that's going to happen.
I think so too. Their energy. Claudio keeps like, I don't know, his looks are like he's getting annoyed.
Yeah, he keeps giving these side eyes. There's something about the way that Pac has been moving since he's been back too. I think they are subtly getting more and more tired of Mox. And when you look at it, it's like, oh, we're following you because we thought that there's a destination here, but we basically are just like your goons. We go and beat up everybody for you, and then you pick up the win and get all the glory for it. Yep. It couldn't have been any more funny. Mox is one of the most unintentionally funny wrestlers ever, bro. When they did that whole segment in that jail, and he's sitting there talking, and then out of nowhere, Pac slams Darby's head against that window and starts beating him up, and Mox is sitting there looking the other direction like, bro, I was in tears laughing at Mox, bro. Looking the other direction the whole time, like, yeah.
Mox is very unintentionally funny. He does bits like that all the time, like little things. Like when he said damn when Daniel Garcia was talking shit to Nigel, it's like he gets his little bits off that hit super hard for sure.
Yeah. Along with his sell that he does when he's getting strangled, when he starts walking back and forth and talking trash and start like shaking his head around, it kind of reminds me of the TV show Rock, when he's pacing back and forth. When Mox starts pacing back and forth and talking shit, it is so funny to me every time he does it.
He did some shit talking in this match. He's like, what do you fucking mean, ref? Like when he was getting into him, he's out of his fucking mind. Like Mox is a funny ass wrestler.
Hilarious. Yeah, pretty good pay-per-view. I think that this is up there with Double or Nothing for me. It's one of the strongest pay-per-views this year. I think it really helped that this was a variety show. I really love the tag division is back. The tag division is cooking again. The women are cooking. There was a lot to like about this. I want the TV show, the weekly TV show, to be a little bit better, but pay-per-view is really good.
Is that too much of an ask at this point, Phil? Because I debated with myself this week, and people are, of course, yelling at me on the internet because I was like, the TV's kind of unimaginative the last couple of weeks, and it's like, does it matter if the pay-per-views are going to hit?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, send us your super chats and send us your humper chat so we can wind this thing down. I actually have to get out of this room soon. So wrap this thing up.
Got to head back to Chicago. Yeah, we're going to get into a few of these super chats, and then I think we got one more topic, then we're out of here. The homie Minimal says, shout out to Reg on his commentary skills at West Coast Pro last weekend. Thank you, Minimal. Yeah, I did commentary. The homies were in Oakland, California. Put that on something. It's available on the West Coast Pro YouTube page right now. Go and listen to it and hear your boy talk shit. I appreciate that, Minimal. Thank you.
Yep.
The homie Grapple Geekery says, I enjoyed WrestleDream, but I may be the only person not feeling the D-Riders. Wild thing, Mox would never have tapped to that. Here's hoping the D-Riders break up out of secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah, I think that's the point, though. I think Mox, the Mox that had the exploding barbed wire death match and did all these other things, this is a different character. Like he's trying to tell you all of these things and he's trying to puff his chest out, but he's a hypocrite. He's a coward behind all of it.
Mm-hmm. Just like any major heel in a movie is, like the guy that's talking the most shit usually is not the one doing all the shit. He's the one leading the others to do the shit, and then he can kind of come in at the end and pick the bones. And Mox has become a pick the bones guy. Appreciate that, Grapple Geekery. Leonard Aarons III says, pro tip, any company trying to tell you that you're not able to earn for one full year after they fire you, it's not worth defending unless you're a mark of the highest degree, then have at it.
Yeah.
We know how you feel, Leonard Aarons. The homie Van Twinblay said, did my what comes after number come over the mic? I don't think so. Well, what part was that? No, it didn't, Van Twinblay. Appreciate that, though. The homie B Ninja 210 says, non-wrestling related, but who is the worst cartoon best friend? Dodie Bishop from Ass Told by Ginger or Dejone Jones from Proud Family? I've never seen Proud Family. Is that like a thing?
Have you never seen Proud Family?
I've never seen one episode of Proud Family.
I think Dejone is worse because I think Dejone is one of the fans where everybody else is hating and laughing at you, and then you turn around and they're laughing at you too, and it's like, well, wait a minute, what are you doing? We're supposed to be friends. You're supposed to be on my side.
Oh, fuck. I hate friends like that, Phil. They start to get in a bit like you'll kick it alone and they're like, oh, you were chill, blah, blah, blah. Then they get around other people. Then they start trying to do bits. And you're like, nigga, wasn't I just? But what about? Appreciate that, Big Ninja. Uncle Donk says, what are your thoughts on KD signing an extension with the Rockets? Shohei, 3 home runs, 10 strikeouts, 6 scoreless innings. Kobe dropping 81 points on my raps. 2 greatest solo performances of my lifetime. Yeah, that Dodgers performance. Like, I didn't even know that people, when I saw his stats, I was like, I didn't even know that people could do this in this day and age. Like, this sound like Babe Ruth stats. And this guy is doing this on both sides of the ball. That's crazy.
Yeah. I didn't see that, but that's nuts. I think it makes sense for KD. I think KD wants to retire in Texas. That makes a lot of sense for where his career really started as a collegiate player, and like really his claim to fame before he came to NBA, that was in Texas. So, I get it. Texas is special for him. I think he's been working his way back to being able to play in Texas as a pro. And like I said, it makes a lot of sense for him to end his career there.
And the Rockets are young and hungry and ready for some ball, and he's not going to just retire and be some loser over there. Like, he's going to try to still win some championships. Yeah. Appreciate that, Uncle Don. Van Twinblade also says Ace still is crying about the Mox equals race line, and some puts that used to work at AEW is someone think of the kids in the fish tank spots, but the F fell off.
Yeah, I knew that was going to get the response that I thought when I saw that this morning. I was like, oh boy, we don't need it. It's cool.
I didn't see that, thankfully enough. But it's wrestling. I expected when they brought out water and the skewer spot that somebody was going to complain about it because it's AEW. They love doing that shit.
Yeah, I don't think this had anything to do with that. This was because Tony compared Mox to Harley Race, and so Ace Steel is like, that's like sacrilege, basically. That's disrespectful to Harley Race.
Watch out, Ace Steel. Shut up. People make wild comparisons all the time. I
don't think it's that big of a deal.
It's not. It's wrestling. Appreciate that, Ventil Blade. And then Lynn Aaron III says the Death Riders are a lot like the Horsemen in that losing doesn't get you stomped out, but losing the room will. Mox hasn't done that to the degree that Danielson did. Also, Eddie warned us about Claudio.
Yeah, I do think he's slowly losing them now.
Mm-hmm.
You could feel it in the air, man.
Yep, I think Marina's going to be the last one to make that thing, but the rest of them are looking like this is supposed to be our leader. We're supposed to be something. It's not looking like we were 6 months ago.
Yep.
That's all of our super chats. Thank you, guys.
See, we got some humper chats here from Tony P. Okay, I read that one. Okay, he says now AEW had a drag of a show Wednesday, but when it's a pay-per-view game day, they lock in. WrestleDream was a fun show, progressed a few stories, made new ones. That opening was unique and creative with Jet Speed and FTR. Had a banger with the pyro going off. Yeah, 3 hours of wrestling is also just a tough sell, man.
That's it.
I don't think any weekly show needs to be 3 hours.
It don't.
Tony Capinti says the TBS match was the person being Mina, yet I am okay with Mina losing that TV title. It was a weight on her and made her directionless. Now she has a simple, easy one with Tony, and you was told a simple reason for them tagging as well. Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm like, I just think that interim reign was pointless, and it ended up kind of being an albatross by the end.
It did. It was weighing her down like Tony P's describing.
Yeah. More from Tony P says, I am digging heels ops and curious where this will lead. Sorry, as a feud. Will we keep getting ops / Adam, syndicate / ops, or syndicate / Adam? The Bucks had them damn tassels on last night. I know Reg was geek. That was OG AEW tag team goodness with 500K match. Yeah, for sure. Facts. Definitely felt very nostalgic.
Mm-hmm. PWG was on display.
More from Tony P. He says, Mark / Kyle killed it. Now, though, I had my issues with Mina booking, but the women were highlighted yesterday. You had the more build to the women's tag scene with the bracket coming up. Jamie Tex beat the hell out of each other, and Chris Tony had a good story. Yeah, I mean, you could make a strong argument that the women had some of the best builds for the pay-per-view.
They did.
I think Tony Statlander had a better build. Yeah, I think Tony Statlander had a better build than Hangman Joe, and they've been building toward this Tekla and Jamie match for months.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah. Tony says, even with my issues about the TBS match booking, with Mina getting this match and her and Monet really sorry. He says, even with my issues about the TBS match booking with Mina, getting this match, her and Monet really worked well together. It does seem like Chris will be the start of Mercedes' downfall story, a woman with everything in the world except the things she truly wants.
Agreed.
Yep. Everything in the world, but this last world title win to really validate her. That's why, I mean, even when they put the graphic up of her winning the interim belt and how she did like 10 responses to it and she was like history maker, all these other things. It's like, well, who are you trying to prove this to? We already know how great you are.
She has to keep saying it. She keeps saying it even louder too to let somebody know.
Yes. More for Tony P. He says, I didn't expect Mox to get into his Bush administration torture bag. Yo.
Yeesh.
But he did. They're whipping his ass. Also, we got the new and possibly best Claudio throwing Darby spot ever. Also, shout out to Renee, who did a good job of hyping this matchup. Yeah, Renee is just such an asset to this company, man. She's been such a great hire.
Yeah, her promo to start the show or during that 0 hour explaining that Darby Allin is essentially ruining her life because her husband is fucking obsessed with them. It's a great way to sell this match.
Yes. Tony says that tag title match was great match, full of emotion. Brodito run really rebirthed that division. This match is also has me excited for Testa/Kata. Speaking of Konosuke, my god, teeth. They got some new teeth, but he had a godly match with Zack Sabre Jr.
Unreal match.
Yeah, what a year for Takeshita, man.
Top 5 wrestler too.
Yeah, definitely. Tony says King of Pro Wrestling was a good show. Set up a few interesting things for Wrestling Kingdom. I wonder who Konosuke is facing in the main event because I do think it will be Goto Zack Sabre Jr. again. Then Aaron Wolf possibly getting belted in his debut match and 2 women's matches. Yeah, I told you. I think it's gonna be Tsuji. Tony says WWE was good this week because they had some strong matches. One of them was from a returning Ilya, who's torn shit down with Sammy. I love this title change as well. This gives me hope for Sammy in the future. Yeah, I think Sammy had a really great run as U.S. champion, and the Open Challenge did a lot for him. I think it made him more of a viable contender for a world championship. And if you're gonna have him lose, it should be to somebody like Ilya Dragunov, that's like an up and comer. And I think this made his return feel bigger. It wasn't like he just came back directionless. He came back and had a big win straight away. I think that was the right move. I don't know if it's true that this was Sammy's call, but if it was, kudos to Big Sam Zayn.
He knows ball if it was him. Yeah, him reestablishing this U.S. title Open Challenge and making it one of the most exciting parts about a show that people weren't super excited about for the last couple of months, and establishing something on SmackDown, I think is a feat. Sam Zayn has been amazing in all the matches and matching whoever's coming out against him. The little surprise element has been great. This was a even greater return for Dragunov. I think a lot of people have been waiting for him to come back and burning through one of the fan favorites, and this guy who doesn't know that wrestling is fake coming in and destroying guys. I think it's exactly what people be waiting for from him. So yeah, really good return. Happy for Sam Zayn too.
Definitely. He says story-wise, they had some hits this week, mostly out of necessity because of injuries. However, it is never fully about the story ideas or the people in the feuds. With WWE, it's always about execution and sticking the landing. Let's see if they can do it. Yeah, that's definitely what I thought with our last big topic. You got to follow through on this and actually make it mean something. It can't be just a moment, because they do that a lot where it's just a big moment and the follow-up is not nearly as good. I mean, that was the heel turn. That was the Cena heel turn where you got this big moment, but everything afterwards was not nearly as good.
Moments only go so far unless you follow up on them.
Yep. I think. Oh, we got one last Humper chat from Tony P. He says, "Now for Petty of the Week, host your nominations are TKO/WWE for the Andrade move, the Braun saying fuck you, Seth, Okada turning off the TV, Death Riders with the Bush tactics, Ops saying fuck you, Hanger, and with that, rest in peace, D'Angelo, an icon in his own way." Peace, y'all. Appreciate you for all the Humper chats, Tony, man.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Out of those, I'm gonna go with Okada because it was just so out of left field, and he didn't even have anything to do with it. Like, this is a birthday celebration. It's like, oh no, this dude on TV, cut that off.
Like the video wasn't for him. Like, it wasn't for him to respond to. It wasn't about him, and he made it about him. That's pretty petty. I was gonna say TKO, but what they're doing is way more than just petty. They've crossed the line. I'm gonna go with Okada too.
I think. Yeah. Our last big topic. We got a very unexpected turn of events.
Wow.
The Vision is seemingly no more. I didn't see this coming. I was kind of confused even when people were texting me about it, like, what's going on? Because Raw this week was on at 8 a.m. because WWE was still in Australia. So a lot of people saw this first thing in the morning. So some people were texting me and I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And so when I saw the clip, I was like, what? Oh. Which I had two immediate reactions. I was like, these ingrates. Everything he's done for y'all. That's how y'all do them. But the second thought was, oh, he must be really hurt.
Yes.
Which is not nearly as funny. I kind of figured when he did that big flying headbutt spot in the match with Cody, which we're assuming that's when that happened. The way he landed, it looked off. I was like, oh, I think he's going to regret that. I hope he's okay. But he kept wrestling the rest of the match. So I was like, maybe it's fine. But something about the way he landed, I was like, I think he's going to regret that. And then he even mentioned it on the post show, and he was like, yeah, that's probably going to have long ramifications. And I was like, why would he draw attention to that? I hope he's okay. But I don't know what to make of that. Would he draw attention to that if it was really an injury, or is he trying to troll us again and get us to think that he's injured? Because Monday he opened the show because he's still on a high, celebrating after beating Cody. This was the last thing he needed to do to prove that in his mind he's the top guy at his company. He's the number one superstar in WWE. So he feels like he's done it all. And so he felt very good. He was talking. Then he started doing what all people do when they start getting a little bit too close to the sun. They get a little bit too much power. And he was like, I don't need nobody help. I was like, oh no. Which there are a lot of things that play into this that I think are kind of smart, but it does feel like this was rushed. I don't know what it is about it. Either this is an injury angle or something else going on here. But yeah, something about this just feels off. So he did the opening segment. Then he did the backstage segment with Paul Heyman, where Seth says, I just feel like something big is coming up on the horizon. I'm not sure what it is yet, but the whole time he's saying, get Paul Heyman standing behind him. And I was just like, I don't like the look of that. Something about it. You could just see in Brian Breaker's face, he's been growing more and more frustrated with Seth. You can see it in the opening segment. He was not looking very pleased when Seth saying, I don't need anybody's help. I can do this on my own. And even when he was like, yeah, do your little dance thing, do your little dog thing, he was looking around like, I don't know about this dude. So in the main event, we got a triple threat to decide the number one contender for the World Heavyweight Championship at Saturday Night Main Event. CM Punk picked up the win, and in usual fashion of what we've seen on Raw for most of this year, the Vision came out, beat him up, kicked him out the ring. We thought that was going to be the way that the show ended because we've seen it so many times this year. And this is where I think the execution was very smart here because they've ended the show this very specific way so many times. So we thought that this was it. The credits came up and it was like, okay, well, that's the end of the show. Nope. Braun is lingering around in the corner, comes back, turns around, spears Seth Rollins. Paul Heyman is doing his big shocked face, like, "What did you do?" And he starts talking to Bronson Reed. He's like, "You in or out, basically. You in or out." And this is the problem with your plan, Seth. And I've been worried about this since you put these guys together. You can't team up with a guy that jumped you for clout because there'll always be more clout somewhere else. And when it's your turn, that guy has no loyalty to you because he's not doing this out of loyalty. He's doing it for clout. He's doing it for a spot. And so if he feels like he can get a spot for somewhere else, you're expendable.
Right.
And so I wasn't surprised at all when Bronson was like, "Oh, we jumping him? Okay, bet." And
it's up. That's going to give me a viral moment. Let's do it.
We over here now. And as I've told you many times, guys, Paul Heyman isn't loyal to nobody.
No.
Paulie is forever for the streets. So I was not shocked at all. Once Braun set it off, everybody went that way because you surrounded yourself with guys that are not loyal to nobody, Seth. And the brilliant thing about him doing all of this and setting up a group in his vision, in his image, is everything that happened to Seth is what Seth would have did to somebody else. It's literally what he did to Roman in the Shield. When he felt like he had his moment and, oh, it's my time to be on top, he turned on everybody else around him. And how ironic is it that Brian not only turned on him, he didn't hit him with a chair. He hit him with a spear, which is Roman's finishing move. I thought all of that was very smart. Even the stuff afterwards, and like I saw people talking about, oh, well, what has this really done for those two guys? Has this really helped Braun Breaker or Bronson Reed? Bronson Reed just pinned Roman Reigns at pay-per-view. Bronson Reed is in a very good place. Same thing with Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker's in a better spot now, in that show, standing over Seth, holding the championship. And if this is me, because I've been thinking this for a while with WWE, because they very much have an age problem over there. I mean, just look at WrestlePalooza. It's built around bringing Brock back, and most of your top guys are in their 40s, late 30s. I mean, even most of this year has centered around a part-time guy that's going away. You got to start building up the young crop of guys. You got to make the next big young main eventer the thing. I don't like how we got here. I hate that this is probably happening because Seth Rollins is injured. But this might be your sign. Put the belt on Braun Breaker, bro. Make Braun the world champion moving forward and go ahead with that. I don't know that I believe that Seth is going to be out all the way up to WrestleMania, but it does seem like this is a serious enough injury where for them to completely pivot with this storyline and start breaking up the vision already, that tells me this has to be a pretty serious injury. And I mean, there's two ways you can look at it. You can look at it like, all right, he could be trying to fool us again. This could be another ruse, but I don't think they would have gone this far with it if that was the case. And I don't think that Punk's going to win at Saturday Night Main Event, by the way, because I don't know if I believe they're going to finally put the belt on Punk and give him this crowning moment on Saturday Night Main Event.
No, not that show. That's not the way to do it. They've told us that show is not the biggest news breaking show.
Yeah. I don't know that I buy that. I feel like something's going to happen there, but there's so many unanswered questions with this. If Seth is injured, why haven't they confirmed that he's injured? Why hasn't he announced he's vacating the belt? I don't know. I don't know the answers to that. But again, for them to pivot and make such a sharp pivot with this storyline that has been really the centerpiece for Raw for most of this year, I don't know. That means something. And I mean, even the reports we've seen about how this is completely changing their WrestleMania plans, because this felt like it was heading towards Seth versus Roman at WrestleMania, or even Seth versus Sammy at WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, again, that makes me think that Seth is seriously injured. If he wasn't, I don't think we would be getting those kind of reports or that kind of, I don't know. A lot of what's being inferred by this doesn't sound good. I've seen the report that he might need surgery and that he could have torn his rotator cuff. If that's the case, that's not good at all. That's a very grueling injury to come back from. So I hope it's not that serious. I think the fact that he was cleared to do the segment on Raw means that they probably are more hopeful that the injury is not as serious as they think it is. And they're just waiting for him to go in and, get tested. And then they'll probably see from there. And, a lot of what we're saying, a lot of what people are saying online, and the stuff we're seeing is very speculative. Like, we don't know anything yet. Nothing has been confirmed.
Nothing. It could be like a light sprain or tear or something. Nobody really knows anything.
It could be a break. It could be, I don't know. But I don't think that it looks good that they're taking this sharp of a turn with this angle already.
I mean, the Vision just got together. They haven't even really got to establish themselves with Seth as the leader,
Yeah. It definitely feels too soon. But I definitely think if this moved up the clock, I do think you should move forward with Brian.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen maybe put the belt on Punk or do this, bro. Punk has had his moment. You can always put the belt on Punk next year or do something else with Punk, bro. I feel like you got a chance to do something bold, something seismic with Braun Breaker. You might not get this chance again this year. I think you should just go ahead and roll the dice, throw this kid into the deep end and see what you have in him.
Try it. You got to try it. Wrestling never fucking tries anything. We're all scared. We're all go with people, what history has shown us and plans, blah, blah, blah. Just try something. Try this for it. See how Braun takes on. You've seen him as champion in NXT. People have wanted that picture of going around of him and the entranceway with the belt. Everybody's like, this looks great. Like, it feels like something that people would be in on.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's so many ways you can go with that with Braun as champion. You could still go with the Sammy angle. Sammy versus Braun at WrestleMania still could be a big match. You could do Braun versus Roman at WrestleMania. You've got options with that. But I just don't think you can keep waiting. And I saw, interestingly enough, I saw Brian Alvarez say this in response to the Leon Slater and the Javon Evans match from Bound for Glory, because most people are saying that was a match of the year contender up until the finish. But Alvarez very rightly pointed out that all of these people are like, oh, these two guys are the future. These guys are the future. Like, we'll get them there eventually. No, they're there now. You don't have to wait. Make the move. Stop booking your shows around these older guys and telling your audience that these older stars are the ones that you should really care about. Push these two young guys now. And I feel like you've got an opportunity to do the same thing with Braun Breaker. Don't keep trying to tell us all year, oh, you got to care about the Cena farewell tour. Cena's going to be gone in a few months. I mean, you just saw with WrestlePalooza, you booked an entire event around bringing legends back, and it didn't move the needle like you wanted it to. Bringing Brock back didn't move the needle the way you wanted it to. Although the AJ match was fine, it didn't do exactly what you wanted it to, and that's why, again, you have nothing to lose with just trying it with Braun.
Exactly. Yeah, we've done these look backs and nostalgia acts and all that, but people don't. That's not the bit anymore. I mean, when Saudi's putting out the biggest version of that, like, people want to be serviced in a different way with the regular shows, and they've shown that they want the younger talent on a couple of different platforms, so they have to execute this.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the move, but we're going to see moving forward. Again, they haven't confirmed anything. I assume we're going to hear something soon, especially because Punk is the number one contender heading into Saturday Night Main Event. Maybe they're hoping that Rollins is good enough to wrestle into that match, and then they'll write him off after that match.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe he's going to vacate it, and then they're going to set up a match for the next opponent in that match. I don't know. But again, I'm assuming we're going to hear something soon.
Pretty crazy though, man. Seth Rollins keeps getting these unfortunate injuries at the most unfortunate times. He was kind of getting to take the realms. It seems like they have big WrestleMania plans for him coming up next year. So hopefully he's all right, man. It keeps happening at the worst times for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. I will say the blessing in the skies to this is that this is really the high point of everything he's been trying to prove for about 4 years now. And so finally getting the Cody match, and this is kind of already starting the downfall because, yeah, it should happen that way. I've seen people say, well, he needed longer for this to cook with the vision. But the bloodline worked the way that it did because those guys were giving him like unquestioned loyalty because they were his family. Rollins built a group, and the foundation around it was distrust, and the foundation was built around like a grab for power. So this was always going to end that way. And so for it to end as quickly as it did, it says a lot about really what this is. This was really built off of being like this fake bloodline, and it just wasn't going to have the same longevity as the bloodline because it's not real.
Right. It's not family. It's not blood. It's not the bloodline. And it kind of goes and keeps telling the story of every time he tries to do a Roman-esque thing or follow in Roman's footsteps, it kind of blows up in his face.
Yes. And very karmic that once everything started working out, he got everything that he wanted, things would go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this is how we got here, but like I said, the blessing in disguise is that you can do a lot of things coming out of this. He can go away out of this and come back hot as fish grease. So right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how long he could potentially be out. We've seen that this guy does not like to miss WrestleMania. If he can get on that stage and wrestle at the Allegiant Stadium in a few months, he is going to try. He's going to try. I always think of the WWE 24 special with Rollins, where he's coming back from the big knee surgery, and it's built around like this, him trying to make his way back and all the struggles he went through while he was recovering. And there's the one scene where he's watching WrestleMania from the box and that sad music is playing and he's looking out the window like the sad dog, and he's just like, I can't believe I had to miss WrestleMania. He walks out of there before the show's even over. I'm like, dog, that guy is not trying to miss WrestleMania. He come hell or high water, I will be there.
Especially not this, with potentially going in as world champion, all the stuff that's surrounding it. He's as high. He's as high as he's been in a long time. Like, this felt like the perfect moment for him.
Yeah. I don't think we have any more Humper chats.
Mm-hmm. We got one more super chat.
Double check.
The homie Arduit says, happy Grapsody, coming in late. I'm going to need the writer from AEW DC crossover to write like 6 issues of Old Man Sting book. I'm going to need that like now, please. Yeah, they got to do something with Old Man Sting. He came out there looking like Ric Flair with face paint with his white hair now. So that's that.
Yeah, that sounds like a blast.
I hope that you guys are enjoying.
We got one more Humper chat from Eric. It doesn't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Yeah, we got one more Humper chat from Eric. It's it doesn't have a message in it though. I don't know if you meant to do that, Eric, but we appreciate you.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, that's all of our Humper chats. I assume that's all of our super chats.
Yep.
This has been Grapsody. I've got to run out of this room in a bit, and I've got to make some moves. But appreciate you guys as always tuning in on a Sunday. We'll be back on Saturday, noon Eastern time.
Yes, sir.
Got some stuff coming up. Sean's already announced they're going to be weeks on the hump coming up in November, so watch out for that. Yeah, Eric is saying no message, just a humper. Appreciate you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
But yeah, this has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Righteous Reg. We're out of here.